CIMG Radio Program of the Year, Ekosiisen. Are you ready? You are listening to the CIMG Radio Program of the Year, Ekosiisen on Asempa 94.7 FM.
Ekosiisen on Asempa FM 94.7.
The winner, Radio Program of the Year 2018, I beg your pardon. Asempa FM's Ekosiisen. And there they come, ladies and gentlemen.
Let's now do the 27th award for the night's radio program of the year 2020. The sponsor is the Ghana Journalists Association. Let's welcome the presenter of the award, none other, yours and mine, Mr. Athol Morny, the national president of the GJA. Please, a round of applause. The winner goes home with a memento, citation, and certificate.
Asempa FM.
Ladies and gentlemen, the radio program of the year 2020 goes to Asempa FM Ekosiisen. Well, the host, I don't know who he has not interviewed yet. Congratulations to all of you, the entire team at Asempa FM's Ekosiisen. Congratulations to you for emerging the radio program of the year 2020.
The award for the political program of the year radio going to Ekosiisen of Asempa FM. Ekosiisen Asempa FM.
Political program of the year radio Ekosiisen. How did it end? And the host of the show, OB, steps up to pick the award.
Congratulations, Ekosiisen.
It's always a pleasure coming to Asempa where the truth is spoken.
Well, I know that Asempa has gained a lot of experience. Asempa is one of the, not the forerunners, but in terms of coverage and listenership, you stand tall. The new FM stations that are coming into the arena are not calling on you to exit, them to survive. Is that what is happening? No. They are learning from you. They are learning under your feet. They are also trying as much as possible to find space. And, there's enough in the world for everybody. There's enough in the world for everybody. And so I think that those who are coming up, we definitely will encourage the injection of new blood. But you cannot also totally do away with the experience.
I have to say something about Asempa and Ekosiisen. So we're all worried about what's going to happen to Ekosiisen. Look at what OB has done with it. I listen to Ekosiisen all the time. I mean, I have to admit, sometimes I listen and I get some ideas for the program because they come before us. So yeah, so like tonight we're going to use some of their content. So I have to have that. OB, I've never told you this before, but I think you've done a fantastic job.
Samuel Atachi, Honorable Minister in charge of Works and Housing, Member of Parliament for Ebuakwa South.
It should count.
Yeah, that's
the time I have that. If I have any aje, na any man that who never to accommodate so. When we say Ghana, that wakumaso. Sounds when that makumaso. Yeah. Until you na oman in Peja.
Chairman Kojo Boateng, I point to say,
Obi. I'm coming who say no many ages.
You
are a nice gentleman. I like that language, pa. Yes, we action man rough. Now who action man say no many ages.
Chairman Kojo Boateng, I point to say,
Ekosiisen on Asempa FM.
Na obo de other room. Obi say me who watch a
Papa.
And I'm beside Mr. Count, but they are okay. The meaning is Obi, the body, your mental. He's a fine gentleman.
Yeah.
The trading policy. So they are do. They chair Bushman for you now. Oh my wabro try tea war. But Bushman for good allow. They love you too much. You see,
it almost was.
I think you are doing a great job. Obi.
Yeah.
Me pay bonina and so that was the way.
Amen.
Now, we are you must say no encouragement. Say there is a bright future ahead of you. You keep it up. You ask intelligent questions. That be I make catch me say I told you now me tifie na fle bisa na fle nipa na answers na. E wo mo na dia be wo me say we arrest my case. Into why are there?
Chief Bine, Akwaba na apom to then.
Ekosiisen on Asempa FM.
Fantastic. Na mete fote won catcher. Bibi aboko.
Oh, Yankupon Adum, Bibia Daddy. Now, was wapum.
Yaminadum, kakra. Ye pimso kakra.
Asempa, I will know what you now watch this. So, Ghana, I have been to 100 Abra, 1 year Rambo, Morocco to be out of my aswat.
Fantastic.
Ghana Manda on us.
Anamizono obi nukwere ba ko fe
on Asempa FM.
Me radio TV bia mo bia o se utim de to e Asempa
FM.
Ena minim se nipa bebre o mu nim Asempa de ebutu a bichimato me wo Ghana hanko ade a ebutu a na mo nka me de beto Asempa me wo ni ada pata o wana me de beto bo amanane a Ghana time 2 o'clock me de beto
But today are reflecting in GDP, and it is clear. We the devil is in the details.
It's in the details.
We are a detailed analysis. You can clearly see where the growth came from and its effect on employment.
It's always a pleasure talking to you. Yeah, that's a power area.
Now, first day, I said then.
Maybe I'm a first day.
Hey, so I'm not paying my questions.
John Boedu and Yatin Kano.
With a great respect, Obi, Asempa Moyebi, and you continue to do better. Especially Obi, questions I would tell beside you. Hey, I think I'm yet to see Obi have a contest too.
Thank you, Obi.
Bibi Aboko.
Yaboko. I was there. Good. Official part.
I've incommoded me who na che.
You know,
yes.
Sometimes it's not easy to find me.
Yeah.
It's good to be here. The idea we started here years ago. No. So I think that you two have come now. You are doing a great job. We will continue to support for as long as it's possible.
Kofi.
They will turn against them.
Boem constituency for you now.
Boem for you because we program Omumfa in the agro and they listen to it a lot and also you are doing very well. And let me use this opportunity to congratulate you. More platform program award. It's a great award. More you are there and you are doing so well. People will criticize you, but that is the only that is the success some of them. Yeah, it helps you to listen and then do more. That's why you are winning the honors. That's why you are winning the honors. And keep it up.
Yeah, that's
Chairman, my embassy, you better to Safri.
This is the first time I'm baha. Na me sure say ya who conduct you.
Ekosiisen on Asempa
FM. Meniaji, I admire you.
Dr. Koboy, Akwaba na pom to say.
Obi. In fact, we are too much. We are too much. First of all, Obi are too much.
Me too much.
Secondly, no. Obi intimanya time for me. Thirdly, no. You go back and report to me say, Metna seven no move from him back. Oh, in fact, Obi. We are too much. Nah, and yeah, look when no one can be never be Rebecca. Some of your mom say, about so far, no, now the first class. Nah, dear AC Nature say, Lord Ranger, obey. Now you saw any one, say, obey judge. Nah, that's my Dusro, my boy, my wife spring.
Oh, fantastic.
Obi.
Yes.
Mechia o na machia o tifo na makase o program with ye akoye se prekese jamadu. Kukumuti a insan hompo ha na mafoti o kai e boy yinate prenda da Ekosiisen na uze bibia wa magana
Ekosiisen on
na ha na Ghana tie ntino ewiase de eduru ha yemfani agro
Asempa FM.
Your Excellency, Akwaba na Otden.
Obi, Yamina Dum Yahui.
Bibia
Boko, me chete fupa na mabahan me who de Zamasasa, Wabrabo. Sande Obi and the minimum no security takra this year. Nationally the level, maybe we'll do Royal. So, wow, that's great. It's great. It's good to see you.
Good to see you.
The man not see. You see, that has always been my philosophy. We hasn't there.
Now what you makasa me ba sha se wa dan networks but network mu ya Santwa ya Asempa FM network mu Asante ni Ekosiisen network you mu ya bonwa Ekosiisen ena network ya ye kan wasem emu na yiri Ekosiisen ena network you mu ochinyene Ekosiisen ena network you mu gamanche Ekosiisen ena network you mu awula efi wo Ekosiisen na network you mu togbi Ekosiisen timaka ha wie dia na watwi dia bembra ko na born nanyu wose mewie magruzo Samuel Ewuku medasi obi
Ekosiisen on Asempa FM 94.7. Ekosiisen on Asempa FM 94.7
has cautioned us. So even with the vaccine, still we need to observe the protocols.
Of course, I know that.
That's why I catch you say, "Ya Miami and Co, ya airport home here." Ozebuzu, and no ma airport airport on. A GSM home, and that's the interface. The impression that we are giving people who visit Ghana, both Ghanaians and outright foreigners, a bad and shameful. It is a kumikwa, young sanitizing young Kasa institutions. No, majority of these institutions will be a year corrupt and a year weird. Ghana for you my phone and Kasa do and Kasa crown, a juvenile muyene. I think the donazum tiasie. Those representing the interest of Ghana and Kasa, a juvenile muyen do donazum tiasie. It will make us anyhow. Make crown me come in tiasie say arrivals no. A move for the cubicles again. Two pay. When your planes bear three around at the same time.
As in 2 pen and any power man.
I'm saying 2
pen and any team.
When you came and see, when you BSC, when you wear see
in the queue.
No, I'm saying. It's not I'm saying Omicron, Omicron was one. When I'm saying observe. Now so quite better than my banner.
But maybe problem they say. The Ghana Airport Company, what are they doing?
Oh, I was afraid they'd be on the meeting. Come on. My conwines are afraid of the Uber. Even baby, we are testing how you go and mingle and so called. It's hard COVID strategy. Me, that's what we look at it. The whole strategy, because baby, I will test your side. I be funny, my better resources. I don't say can you be break. This all will be.
No, your name say at this time. Flight baku say na airland. Enti arrival cubic. I was saying nipa be.
Yeah, your mama money basa.
That's a you were Juma.
Yeah, your mama money basa.
Your friend is saying Paul Adumochi were
Juma. Your mama money basa.
As board chairman of the Ghana Airport Company.
Mesre, your customs, immigration, your security officials, A lot of people are watching. You might not know who is watching at a particular time. Hey, Mr. Lomote, Pacho Bra. And people are watching. Why is it that we're being reframed? And this is where the country is turning into.
In the queue, no?
Yes, this is where the country is turning into. Unisika, influencer, mobile. Why do we build a country like that? Why do we build a country? And it's not starting because of Nana Danko Kufuado. It is a disease. I gave you an example that 3 weeks back or so, Kolebu, a sister was dying. There was no bed for yes. It took them less than 11 minutes to get a bed for my sister because I pulled down my mask. 90% will be from. Now, mind the we are doing this place. Even at arrival, I shall be a chance. Ultimately, a shame again a bit imagine. Ultimately, Fenipa, ultimately, Sanoma. So I shall suggest a whole crown. You're from the bourgeoisie force from or Mukano Mujaj, my pack, and some range over double light. I saw some more judge. Be I a simple being now. Nade. Now, we saw one good. Nasadiano, make you know what I mean. If you look at certain people, we are. I be just abiawa. I just bam. Me sound. Fanipa, unina, unfa, unyi free.
Now, a clamping of a car.
Do you know who I am? Uni me. Me or my come to a camping car. We don't take this attitude to any country. Yebaha near misbehave sama. I will crack misbehave which way. You misbehave sama. I crack. Just 2 days, yeah, Dominic. And I want to come near Ja. Afrikiku. Be have Bruni on one pack on Okika in Zimuche Ghana for Sedi. What pack wrongly? Corner other cars into me or moon free moi. Or no, I said, no, who do I you? Or no, Bruni, who do I you? Osachana drink can see moon train.
He got there.
Yeah, he got there.
And the data no yeah there are better data because when it's to another one, the first thing about trim is our phone. Ain't demand for mobile phone data no acquire inelastic. The same for Momo service. Ain't are you sure, sir, because of the tax into automatically people will stop using Momo services no?
Okay, sir, Medase Ovi. I mean, baby, you do not say if you baby and I do this level.
Yes.
And no matter the destination, it will definitely begin with the first step, another with one step. And it's a yes, I said 2009, and I baby, I baby doing you want any baby at the industry. So, Panya or so Emma won't give one another industry do, and then it is the same step that we are going to take to retrogress a year. Gradually to a point, I mean, Obia any angel from them will be used with the mobile money platforms. I mean, Africa, everybody is trying to make sure that we will enhance better usage of electronic platforms of transacting business. And they are putting in measures. Plans are and as a motivated amount for now only to me use that particular driver other African countries want to use. And as Ghana, we don't want to afford to bear the consequences, and as we are not prepared to bear the consequences of our actions and inactions, especially with regards to policies and programs that affect the usage of electronic payment platforms. And on a yesterday, Ghana should not be left behind. Every day, we are talking about the progress that we are making in the industry. If we want to sustain that, and if we want to arrive at the digitized economy that all of us are envisaging in the nearest future, then we need to make sure that we bridge policies into the usage and answer into the IT. Money platform.
My final question. I'm not too sure, sir. The last question, Busa, you and no now answer me. But my final question would be, sir. Mark said Thursday sit down strike. Wow, my who say Moanye Juma telcos no will not pay you your commission. Subsequent to Thursday sit down strike, they likely say. After we call indefinite strike, not just say 2 weeks or say 3 weeks or say 1 month or juma. Meaning, say for that whole period, more members in Yeskabia from the telcos. If for the fear, say tax no ebema mobile money transactions are dropping. I no just the munyeska go mobenyeska baby music and never drop it kakra. And nuntimo cost strike. How much more staying off?
Ekosiisen on Asempa FM 94.7.
The CIMG Radio Program of the Year, Ekosiisen. Are you ready? You are listening to the CIMG Radio Program of the Year, Ekosiisen, on Asempa 94.7 FM. Are you ready? You are listening to the CIMG Radio Program of the Year, Ekosiisen, on Asempa 94.7 FM.
Ekosiisen on Asempa FM 94.7. Ekosiisen on Asempa FM 94.7. Asempa FM.
"24 minutes after 2, Asempa FM Sony on a Tuesday afternoon, the 21st day of December 2021. Ekosiisen On Asempa, Meridio Sabo and from Yobi. Let me thank the production team: Dominic Kisiyaboa, Nana Chumberema, Jackson Osei Tiamoa, and Eric Opare, popularly known as DJ Ayo, and Queen Star Japan. They make up the production team of the best and the most authoritative political, social, and current affairs talk show. Ekosiisen, your multiple award-winning late afternoon political talk show. Yes, CSA at 6:30 p.m. and the baby 2 p.m. to 6:30 p.m. 4 hours 30 minutes prime time radio. Ewa Asempa FM. So enti mama nyina yen Shannon. So say unia bi emfanto ha freno. Na ka try say Ekosiisen is live and airborne in Triumphant Fidien into 94.7. Say our access to internet and so on log on to Facebook na on share Asempa 94.7 FM on Facebook. Like the page. Ubet ma share live stream no ho. When you live stream obe hu the course we studio hen nara uba ube hu how I studio ha I fair and the Christmas trees and neome wo studio ha say when you ensa wo catch ha kama pa into uba Facebook live ube hu sounds now on YouTube Asempa 94.7 FM on YouTube ubet ma share live stream and so on YouTube, and make sure you subscribe to the page. Yeah, the videos be a go and when your notification kama the BBA to me and we are determined to want to serve you and serve you well and to be part of our show. Come through with your thoughts, your comments, your observations. Yeah, your WhatsApp line is 0548 955 947 0548 955 947. And for the most part of the show, we'll stay in Parliament. Enra more nantem na mu follow proceedings in Parliament. Mu said in Yoma is quite bizarre scenes in Parliament. Very, very unfortunate. In the Oshe, Parliament began this year on the 6th of January 2021. You know, midnight into the morning. Course where Parliament, and I'm the Speaker of Parliament has had cause to apologize to the Ghanaian people. Unfortunately, Parliament ended this year into almost 30 years on a violent note, and they've ended the year on another violent note, even more violent this time around. We are told that Parliament has suspended sitting indefinitely from now. No, the editor said on the 18th of January 2022, and a parliament besign a resume. Very, very, very unfortunate development in the Legislative Assembly, and would be in Parliament. Will bring you all the angles to that story. The TV, so the on Facebook Live, Enra watching proceedings from Parliament. The backstory, so all the actors involved, Ebedi and Komo, na Yashesa de Nioma, AC Ekoi. First, we'll start with our parliamentary correspondent to give us or know what he saw, Enra Anajo Enne, the Ekoso in Parliament. Kwesi Parker Wilson, Ewa Homano. So Kwesi, Akwaba net saying.
I'm not dumb. Obi me hoya na so.
Nyame adom bibi aboko. Enti ye ka say who are Parliament?
I'm Parliament nanka fe nanka me ba office.
Okay.
No ka say the Parliament Jen.
Oma journey till when?
Nyame adom January 18th. And no that time the Parliament be baba. Na fe obi o my.
Enti January 18th no ebeye the first sitting of the House in the year 2022.
That's correct. That's correct.
Now, what occasioned any adjournment? Because Enra you stay awake 80. Second Deputy Speaker no say Parliament has been postponed to 9 a.m. I think in the forenoon or so.
Yeah.
What happened? Then after almost saying adjourn.
And the correct and run a joke. If I day after my team, there 1 a.m. And speaker Jenny sitting to pay 9 a.m. Now you buy, of course, it was a petition of many. Say levy for assembly buy, Parliament will look at it. Now the do there were heavy police presence
on Asempa
and the national security for. In fact, we are MP. Now we are chairman anymore. Almost no one's away. And many democrats and now the understanding is because of the tension in the house, almost near basic and rather sports minister. I'm saying I know how pay kaka. Na MP before MP no AB kase. Almost him say south they've been a big channel. It is important. Say some will be fear of security. I'm saying okay, that's fine. Then maybe say about whether the e-levy would proceed. And there's been an agreement. Say tension kaka e ufio. Menteme ho ase kaka e ufio. It is like it's a time here. You know, coffee. Na yakwaji ahome. Yakwaji bronya. Na fe yen time bra. The belief is that the bar. That time no na omo kuma nyina kosoro. They are not perform. Na fe in TSN. You know, me information of it. And check and speaker a better acquaintance. I first deputy speaker to save of the issue. Now, Obi, me check it besides I didn't know the speaker of Parliament himself. Anyhow, because it was the secretary. One no and now a better acquaintance and the other pay. Now, me and yes, not on them queer move back or me do ye. It was on his way coming. Okay. It's the first deputy speaker, a year vote and proceedings to be a year. And a year majority leader or chairman suppose. And the two a year parliament I mean. Say you share your corso and draw after him and change it. And you know what I say he used the words they want cool heads to prevail and then a serene environment. These were his two words he used. Cool heads to prevail and then a serene environment for members to deliberate over the e-levy. It's in England, say, Senebaya will be a public or better Parliament. Say, Omwa Jenny Koyamina was January 18th. Into Somoba, now say, near Hobiano Matamasam. It's quickly. And I'm actually the how I do see, or also second emotional. Now, Obi, mind you, and that a year in the midst of the chaos, and I want to the leadership went into conclave. A minority leader and a majority leader, together with Joseph Osei, who should be in the first deputy of parliament, were in a conclave. Now, a whole and may source a term there. Almost agree. It is all the kaya and doing bread and I saw my chin. Almost you conclave by a pen and the agenda things for an opinion. It's an opinion was only to communicate in the house to say. Almost young he live in for now is on hold. It's almost cover na say almost sign the actual parliament and na jumedi no akoso nti we and see an place here a year parliament January CDDA to Yamiadma 18th 2022.
Okay, my main kite for a mutie and say Enra yenyina yete the course in parliament the fisticuffs are a course so when videos be brain now on social media. But we've gotten these videos. It's probably the clearest video you would see of what happened in Parliament. Asempa, your page on Facebook. We know it was a nipa ucha videos. We know he was very close to the action. Na ujina as a we know it was ujina speaker. Maybe a speaker. Let's the straw. And ucha these videos. You can obia obo obi. And the artist will be the Bibicha will be any Sanyo Menina. This is probably the clearest video yet. Ubetimi Ehu. Intibra Asempa page on Facebook. Nebra Beshe. We are also watching the videos and we know who depending all the actors involved in Nyoma Ekosu in the house. And because this is very, very clear. Maybe an independent intino unya videos very, very, very clear. Oba who said I think we've gotten 3 different videos of the course and we are showing all of them in the bar because of where the person was standing. No, unya very, very clear. But we see the other thing they say people have been wondering. Say Enra, where was the main Speaker of Parliament? Now, what did you know about? Whereabout any other?
And Bob and the majority members of the House. You must say that. Have I realized that a year the Speaker of Parliament in the I'm sure. So only chairman but my name is an officer, and I'm said there be coffee. And the allegation is that it's part of a grant scheme to frustrate a government business and in tea and coffee. Now, the year muno na acquaint say Speaker of Parliament, and this is from the minority account. The Speaker of Parliament, a buy and done. The understanding was that a bob to be for and I can living on a parliament and as a committee no they babeto a year parliament and in send a pomoding and shada and koye papa. I mean you want to mean classic and not joke. And you know say a bob 7:30 and I living still emba no say coffee na okoda because he say na pomoding enye nti enunti na speaker no koye our fair say the Speaker of Parliament Joseph Osei Owusu so no o metana koye nim na fei won hwe say dwumadi no bekoso kama nti enye bo apayo enye say was a planting say speaker na or call say the beya say Joy Bekanafia na fei MBB former shot tobacco na motion on the e-levy it will be lost and now from the minority and majority leader at the time not realizing that the speaker wasn't within the pressure of parliament, was fair no and go through or sending WhatsApp messages and all of that. Meaning now when you official response to their form the speaker. Now when I'm the speaker, one of his close aides, and say speaker and time WhatsApp messages. And one time text messages. And you say, Oziana, they are on fancy on the assassin in the phone. So now on an incassa. But according to Chairman Sabos, say one fan number no, one fat sack age in the number no. International official number not for edit Kaman. So I send or bar the version of a number. Speaker idea. Sitting na with you na NPP for no do na say is the main reason here and run the see
Ekosiisen On Asempa FM.
NPP for being on 4 numbers, the voting would have gone on smoothly, and then some may win or may win until yesterday the speaker wasn't in the president of parliament. He wasn't in the chamber as well.
And from what you gathered, no, now because of health reasons in here.
From what I've gathered today, it is because of health reasons. And mention a speaker no coffee. Then you say or per se NPP for and I said that you shouldn't go through the China or free a parliament.
But mostly they say but health reasons in say or coffee. He has to do that unannounced and what's obiate. Because I'm wondering why the majority leader, for example, was not in the known. Said the speaker probably is not feeling well, and we're free her echo. How is the practice like? Sebase speaker arena or person free her kwa?
Well, in the chamber, no, the practice is quite simple. What you are betting say will be a champion. You find say Alban the anymore. Or betting say the first that is going to take the check and no, sorry, call. So coin, Odieni. And when I say the first that will take the check. So after now, the first that is going to check and Muswa. Once we make the same thing, or the second that will take the check. If it is Abambabu who is coming back, the first that will announce that the speaker will take the check. In the almost reason as to why another speaker is come to take the check. Until Sabia, the only official communication to Parliament, when the speaker is not within the jurisdiction of this country. The speaker is not within the 4 walls of Ghana. And this will 2 points if free Ghana. That is when there is an official communication to Parliament to say, within this period of time, and yet the Speaker of Parliament would not be available. In its absence, the first Deputy Speaker will chair until his return. But so, what Ghana now will call baby there, and it was sorry, no call. There is no clear-cut procedure on announcing the reasons why Speaker Eko baby and Asenko baby. But then again, the MPP for no say majority leader and the minority leader, they are the leadership of the House, and they work closely with the Speaker. Even though there is no clear-cut procedure, at least the Speaker will come baby crying out. And I said, yes, sir, and knowing how crucial e-levy is, we could have easily communicated to a leadership, say, we'll coffee. At least I cannot be a second. But, in almost fair and for almost no messages are, it doesn't really speak well. These are the concerns raised by the majority caucus of the House and Draft.
Okay, that's really interesting. And I'm not paying so now. I say, not on I'm quiet so near, but when we drew them and first deputy speaker announces Omar John is sitting Senate to next year, 18 January.
That's correct.
Okay, and now let's deal with the other issues. And again, I would encourage you more here and say, buy your Facebook page, I'll be video because that's where we've got into, and all the actors involved in the fisticuffs, issues, of course, of Parliament, and one other thing I stand out and they say, be the sharp object be rare chamber, at the HR, the Honorable Sports Minister. Kwesi, relative to that, what do you know? And then what you have and so the allegation say will be the sharp object be rare house or and I would the sports minister. No, what have we gathered? on that as well?
We haven't been able to establish, say, a year prior, it was a sharp object, and I say a Yobinsa. But so we check clearly the video now. We say the sports minister, any the Ayensuano MP. Your friend Ted, that's the name is properly known.
Yeah.
It's one of and another. They were engaged in an intense brawl.
Asempa FM.
Video, no. In the midst of the action, no. You can't really say. It may be a failure as a parliament into Shemu to establish that. But the MPs themselves, like I said, to a conclusion, say be a sharp object to be and then be channel and I say a year, telling and I am and no the number say whether a so a sharp object to almost mount precaution, almost sharp precaution. Then a bayer MPB and the year any or do right chamber or the bedroom. Anybody who enters the chamber or go through thorough screening. In fact, I was there when the deputy majority leader, Alexander Foyomaki, normal section of and Sana, who right chamber.
Una na wo chamber ho enra anajo. From the video I'm seeing, we heard him say MPB will sit in the chamber and also Motenase. Say proceedings air Koswa. How did they end up? Will be a speaker, Netano. What happened?
I know there.
Well, at least from this video, I see, say, first deputy speaker, sorry. I'm a second deputy speaker, and everybody take you over. Into your mummy, no bow down on my head. You know, as they do normally, no. And Michelle, MPs need be air rushy. And I would want to believe that they are from the minority side. In your mummy, so more rational now. Majority for any being so bad, so more bad stop on. Is that how I nearly see?
The last violence is here. It was Chimbanim, and also so now it was about division. The division in the you be kind MPB bako.
Asempa
FM. Yeah, Nipadodua or more Chimbanim. In fact, but I only say a voice vote. Now, because I want to know who I say, maybe a second really, can be also really officer. It doesn't reflect the outcome of the voter or the challenge, and then you call for a division. In Tiandra, a vote on the procedural motion. Procedural motion in the say, I was said Parliament a debate whether the e-levy should be approved. It,
should be approved under certificate of agency or not?
There be so. The certificate of agency, and no, you can't want to marry.
Okay.
Mahama Yaga and a raising year. Now, of course, there was a counter argument. Minority leader, supported Ayaga argument, majority leader, counter, and all of that. At the time, it was the second deputy speaker and a chairman, Andrew Esiama, one of the champions.
Asempa FM.
Now, he made the point to say, and now said the issue of considering the bill under a certificate of agency was already discussed at the committee level. Now, social committee report now, it was already discussed. And now the committee subjected it to a vote. According to NDC number 12 MPs in MPP, 12 MPs in favor of the bill.
Yes.
And then Kofu Kartin also came in. And he now is my point and say, since the matter has been discussed, we cannot take the matter here again in the chamber. It's, you move you on. And not dismiss here. And he moved on to move the motion for the procedural motion. It's another yes. You move you on from whether consider under a certificate of agency or not. And the young debate, you debate then we put the question whether the House must approve the bill or not. Into a hawk and another you do. A hawk and a put a question now. Voice vote, Muntaka Mubarak being the minority whip. A castle one to because Wofi said the nose had it, and yet the second deputy speaker ruled in favor of the yes. It say almost call for a division. A honor and omoma the first deputy speaker a better opinion. It's a little any speaker who comes, especially when the issue is a bit controversial, Obisa where we started from and where we have gotten to. It will be said all the sides advance their argument. And Manoka Beye say, Nanka was say, Chimanimuno, almost to about on the issue of certificate of agency, like some water. However, we have moved on from there. They said they were procedural motion into yen twice from there. Into a whole and obey and say MPs, they shouldn't forget that a bus was a two abana. One known as the first deputy speaker of parliament, he has the right to equally vote. A whole and the end is for the sense danger. A whole and I'm who so many brille and I'm sure some kasa. Say obey yes, I did not mash it. So best so na isewa of class of ya omumpele. It's a honor and this MPC na shasa mobile jomo. In fact, ABF we say ni Tedino, they have like my central MP together with others. Omina a checky, a firm decision there. And now the omepele amajo white. Every team and my call. Now what kind of what I am and but the white in few more, and I allow it for a year division. Now division no more and more years living and movie piece. They are kind of the number of people, actual number of people who said yes. On Asempa FM. Then if I'm almost no living house with you, they are kind of moving now. So again, they who the actual numbers are almost no. Another determine the votes and the ruling. It is a shasa with yes or no. Just an MPP everything in our team. And you know that Andrew Esiama and Obi, you know, you're supposed to know, you're class 4, class 5. That was a market register. Oh, we have Philip or Sebonsu, would you be?
Yes.
It will be over first. Maybe a packer Wilson, maybe we'll people. It is a market register. I remember what try to answer the do in the same way in Parliament. Almost market by the register by your surname. It is a Siama AS. Ebantem. Indeed, the first MP I fair no was Abeka Shama MP. Why was Shama MP?
Yes.
Lawyer Abeka.
Yeah, lawyer Abeka.
AB. And a friend no. And a twat Kennedy a Japan and only a AG. It is a twice a a boy Andrew a Siama ES. It is a boy Andrew Siama on the Remuno. And a honor. In fact, the tension is sorry because they realize that you say now one more counting as part of the vote. Joseph Osewusu, best sorry, if we start it in the summer, we have a class. It is a year second that is but kind of who we are now. Also, kind of our corner. That is when the NDC voice started, NDC MP started teaching. And I'm just a month. It's in a worship video now. They were all moving towards the speaker's day.
Yeah.
And the marshals were trying to prevent them. It's war corner. Then the NDC MPs were moving to go and catch him and bring him back.
And the idea was to prevent Joe Wise from getting up,
leaving the chamber.
Speaker's chair.
Because what call let's say Ishama Betnasia.
Ono no betuma say akwa to aba ni bi.
Ono betuma akwa to aba because one ye o Joseph Osei Owusu o into yendu MNO yenko yeho ABCDEFGHIJKL yendu MNO no na wono aba ono Joyce na ba beto o
Ekosiisen On Asempa FM.
That is what they wanted to prevent. And no and this are in fact unfortunately.
Yeah, because interestingly, no, I think you interviewed the majority leader, and in parts, no, he made the point the first deputy speaker wasn't feeling well and was on medication, and we had to persuade him to come to preside over proceedings. That is why he asked the second deputy speaker to take the chair so he could go and take his medication and use the loo. Or can I say me what?
Or say it wasn't the intention of the wife to leave the chamber and come and vote. But was trying to also say in any event, simple stand over there. What is wrong with that? There's nothing wrong with that. That is the position of the majority leader. Say initially that wasn't the intention of Joyce. Say, oh, free chamber because I say none of home father. In fact, I say Joyce was shaking like a leaf when he was sitting in the chamber. None of home pop because no home father. It's no Biafra for family
On Asempa FM.
About the third media. But in any case, young family say so. Come by and they do no so to Abana. Then they see the kind as member of parliament for the Kwai constituency. So be to Abani. The bien see the kind. The bien we see the kind. Or a kind beer than home say what no Joseph or say Wusuno or to Abani. It's all the hula baloo, all the misunderstanding agitation from the end, no one here. But he's made a point clear. Say on any given day, or someone to a back or chamber, not the wife and a toa or pine, so to a baby.
Okay. Paka, I think I had a video near clear power. No, wait here. And what nation blue kaftan we
One day Teddy no. One day.
No, I think it was a blue funny immunity. Teddy no and there's one other guy in Swan, the majorities are not also say blue. Now it's a no in echi. Kwani giddy rough. Hey, na Teddy no. Hey, na Teddy in the hoardings are. Hey, and Teddy you're a mafia.
Teddy what Jimmy Kaka.
Oh, Jimmy on. Hey, and they Teddy here tough. Because that video already na just was unya way. Already when you close up pad when you nipa. Hey. Now sports minister is in the hoarding.
Aye, we hard.
Charlie.
but Obi, my main thanks is and the majority leader has condemned in no uncertain terms what happened in the chamber last night. Is a block on the integrity of Parliament, and on who said democracy there. Against the Topa. It's going forward now. He's asking all MPs to refrain from the acts of violence going forward. But for science to make it point in the say on any given day, they'll say Joyce or Twaba Libya, a pine or also Twaba Libya. Now, Maminka say,
Meba Paka. Now, the video, I say Edward Bauer and the sports minister at area, no.
Edward Bauer, one a share moving.
And Edward Bauer is very tough. Charlie, what it is sports minister at area poto.
One a nation move.
Ekosiisen On Asempa.
Wow, what can you now can
I think Yamikin and say the adjournment essentially is to allow a government to engage further broader consultation.
Asempa
FM. Obibia or concerns about e-living, among classic, among Kasa, among Giorgio, with the minority and all the finance ministry. And Obibia, on the 18th of the year, there's a clear understanding. say another the bill on the bar, it will be widely accepted by every Ghanaian. It's and one key reason in the parliament or our journey or recess now on the January 18th they will return to consider the e-leave.
Pakame na say bibiani e bese aba bidin komo bio. Why?
So that's it bio.
Yeah, that's a pa. Kwesi Parker Wilson, he's done a great job over the past few days. In the end run, he was in Parliament reporting to you who way in first hand. And mini maybe a Jackson yeah video way free, but we close up video pa we no hey now a conversation that's a vanon na mo here.
Ekosiisen On Asempa FM.
We ni pani nyina clearly. And obi a obo obi asum ni obi a ocha obi ne hey Charlie. But this is bizarre. Unbelievable things. But my meaning komomra. Member of Parliament for Tema Central. Ni the Ives Hansen Norte. Na say Osha video ni mo na and mo amobeba Facebook si amobe ho Honorable Ives na sha white no ono no osonwa and the mo say ono na oji bibia na opia amanfo ko machi ene ade oye Tema Central mrashe bedwani Eves Hansen Norte. Honorable Fatami bibi aboko there
you be much what's
Yamena dum bibi aboko say it didn't na minya no wrong na wa correct him. This is oye Eves Hansen Norte mo boa
Eve Ni Noy
Hansen Norte. Fantastic. Inti, I'm watching the video of what happened in Parliament. I mean, you were in the thick of affairs. What Jemre at Nasi video ni bio?
I watched it this morning.
Oh, Shane Anope. And what did you make of what you saw?
Na Obi, whatever happened yesterday, unfortunate. However, the only reason why I went out there was to protect the sanctity of the office of the Speaker of Parliament. If you say, I hear 1-2 minutes, and I was just pushing the people away and telling them that, look, you leave the seat, just leave the seat alone. Because for me, the office of the Speaker of Parliament is the second highest office in Ghana. Ura Abangwabi himself as Accra Church and Eka Church said, honor number 2. First also number 3. It's honor number 2. Now, His Excellency the President number 1, A and B. And she, one of the highest offices in Ghana. Said you move your ability to occupy in the future. And she see a bomb by. Now it is also the fulcrum of our democracy. A democratic experience now you won't need the Tapimani Parliament. And she man say seat na speaker occupy no. Say any don't kumani yejuma no munti bibiasia. Then they go and assault the seat. Regardless of whoever is sitting in the chair. And for example, question be said and then say Abangbabi would our minority in parliament have done the same thing, gone after him the way they want to go after Joe Wise and I say Itiama. Because the process of switching from second deputy speaker to first deputy speaker or to the speaker himself, it's a routine process. They now, provision, standing orders now. 109 trainer. The whole a papino. Now, some cry, on the other side, the Copa. Now, if you permit me, I'll read it. I say, a deputy speaker or any member presiding shall not retain his original vote whilst presiding. And he say, whilst presiding, no, what you mean to Abanibia? But until one is sorry, not about the trouble in India. No, exactly. And one who say, I'm triple but this was, I mean, it's plain language. Obiak says that. That's a
You are building it on principles, the principle of rule of law. It is a vocation a money that you need to by it. Not some more I'm calling your favor. Then how equipment is, you know? Because answer I ever go into the details, you need that. Or make statements be, but me sure say members on the other side no, they didn't take notice of it. Or say, who argument is superior than what he's making that? Bring it onto the table. And that is the nature of parliamentary work. Say, yeah, that's an argument, you know, better than the Waha. Editum, SSA, but in fact, to be honest with you, I really came to a conclusion that maybe it was ignorance on their part. That they didn't understand that provision well, or they deliberately decided not to take into consideration what the provision was saying. Because once the person is sitting, of course, we all know that he loses his vote. But on now, on us to see from Nkwadia, it's me to abanigi. Now, politics is gymnastics room. And you could do one of your kind of that this is what, of course, they realize that this is what we're going to do, and we're going to win the vote. And it's at the end here, you're going to. But me, I wasn't really bothered. But now I'm expected, I'm not going to approach or climb up the podium and go pull the chair out and I'm about to chair from anything. And see, oh no, and I'm going to whatever it takes for me to protect the sanctity of that seat, I'll protect the sanctity of that seat.
But my curiosity is at the time was I know said the lobby was cleared into Munyano Yamamu Koko Jine Nimona Yabodia. Now we're
in fact the division you give the division room where parliament.
Yes.
I think
yes.
And I think that is where we ate, or there was an error. Because I think they push the division room because they be a minority putting the shovel to my. So we come individually one by one. Yes or no.
Yes.
Then, but no moment today anymore. And they were encroaching all the way to the table office. Of which you have a seat to the table office, no. And in fact, that is why I also blame the marshals because there were alleyways to be all. They should have occupied that alleyway, and nobody would have been able to get to the table office. But I'm not by between that table office, between table office, speaker there. What you
Sabekano? You thought, sir, maybe na Osanka speaker nema MPs in AP. And then the counting will begin. One by one. Yeah, remember the other say at the time now. We see speaker yes or hand you over my second deputy no minority for yes or more Russia no that time na wono na why because I suspect that you should have been outside by that time.
Na second division room but then you begin to observe the processes that were going on and then they will say begin at door now and in fact on the majority side a lot of people were standing. Maybe a table office for that natural
okay.
And that's a young guest almost something. We all congregated there and we're observing. But I observed that they were encroaching the speakers, the table office, and I surrounded the table office and had access to the speaker. That was my motive. My motive was to protect that chair. It might be a chair for maybe a chair, a total, a chrome ticket, but symbolic. Maybe if you can do it to the second highest office in Ghana, maybe the next time the president is now they can assault him the same way. And for me, that was my motive, and it was a clear motive to go and protect the chair so that and will be assaulted in that manner. I'm sure I'll do the same to protect the chair. And see, that is the principle on which I acted.
Do you remember hitting anybody?
No, I didn't hit anybody. I only pushed them away from the chair.
Okay.
I didn't hit anybody. And
yeah, but
Madam for I'm in the Eco Parliament.
I had Teddy no.
Madam from the Eco Parliament. You see, all the people I was saying, I was pushing, and then they decided to push me. We were just tangling each other, but you really got to each other. You could and they signed it. But I know that a lot of people perceive what we do in a different light. Maybe the optics doesn't look good and all that, but I agree, the optics might not look good. However, it was based on a principle. Say, Akunyano, how do I put it? A high office, said you, this you friend Diago, say, Obia Baba Betray Kusi, maybe said that I know, Ashama MP, or Masu Kusi, control form, no, that be, it cannot be done that way. For that one, I need I cannot subscribe to that. And see, maybe that is why I took my actions I took yesterday.
And then no meaning say I don't know if you are in the constituency now, and now say that's so Accra, but at least from engagement when you're on constituency platforms near Deno, how are your constituents reacting to what happened? Our parliament and
surprisingly, my constituents know me very well. Some you million man they've known me since my childhood. And see, the kind of person I am, and they know the principles that I uphold. And Omunim say, a lot of people called me, I explained to them, and a few radio stations said, and a permission station, feedback positive. We are not supposed to say, oh, I say, man, to me, some will be but next time, I am not more careful. But that is in a democratic experience for the last 30 years. It's deeply, it's gotten to a stage where this is the first time I am so close into the stakes are very high. But we always negotiate. We always draw. We always have discussions. And for me, I know, say, even after war, you negotiate the conclusion of a war. And at any point in time, we will take the negotiating part over any other thing. But you don't know what the other side know. I think they have become emboldened over the time with 6 January, and recent.
Hello. Hello. Okay, into Honorable Home article, we'll work the lines and get him back. Now, you to me, as I to us, we could see saying in the higher Asempa 94.7 FM. Ma mention we say Obi. The MP in the blue kaftan is the MP for a crew from Honorable Alex Kofi Blankson, CEO of Day by Day Pharmacy here in Takrade. He was very, very charitable with the NDC MPs. Because he could have done worse. We grew up together in Takrade. Chairman Basti, Ewo Takrade, and on the way about. Okay. Yes, Honorable Ifs.
Yeah, Obi.
Aha. Before I end with you, no me question. Let's say, Kofa by when you now Kofa by the e-levy.
Yes.
Why are you supporting the e-levy? I didn't know support the e-levy now.
Ghana over the years, your records are the tax collection extremely low. Extremely low. You will be brilliant here. Now tax yesterday try that from ya. Tax ya. Now so SSC here. Jurisdiction here. We would clear almost 50% of their income has taxes. Should be proud to have zero, but the government has to find a way of collecting the taxes. Yeah, only 8% out of the adult population and it's taxes. And it's very low. For example, if you are not a teacher, or go school or child they are buying or the child they are buying school, you try to Caribbean and they try tax for direct income. Or back extra classes. If you're trying for last 10 at the every week, Bushon Western or give you 300 or couple maybe at 3,000. 3,000 on your tax via also. Steady physical on your tax also. So direct income now are buying on the San Caninci and a baby are buying or extended to indirect taxes. One, petroleum. And as you say, who say electronic transactions, no, a cost through. Ocean volumes, I think about 5 billion the last 5 years. And see, there's a potential for us to be able to earn extra income there. where Ubia will be affected one way or the other. To be able to simple dama. And this one, it's focused even on the youth. I buy say on the youth start program, or the infrastructure, or the cyber security and a few other things. We know the implications for these things. Maybe the youth start the youth employment because over Tema Central, the teeming youth of Tema Central are unemployed. The old factories and reviving them has become a difficulty. And this is an opportunity for people to take their destiny into their own hands and build businesses. Korea, China, India, they all went through the same process. Similar ones.
But Honorable, you agree with me, sir?
From says they will Hyundai, Gold Star, LG, all of them. That's how they were developed. And it will come, but it's a bold, difficult decision. It's a bold, difficult decision, similar to that maybe some 20, 30 years ago. And when you say the state has taken, this government has taken the bull by the horn to tax the people to develop, which is a good thing. Ebia na Jesheno, Uncle Ye, go for Antasia, you know, you create initially na Antasia Papa, but over time, you and the implications, also post COVID, no reaction as the resources are not there. One, even borrowing is difficult. Countries are going under. Britain, last 3 months, Britain, never for solar and petrol. Things are changing all over the world, and you cannot be relying on some of these donors forever.
But Honorable, you agree with me, sir? This is what you think. Or constituents, no? Do they support this e-levy?
Look, I've not conducted any survey to that effect, but in Komodium, the brain after Mokan is any you never need to problem and I'm this kind of way. And you should make sure me say I'll make sure that I police the money well. You have the document with the committee, you should be able to who said I deport this kind of year. And then they may those ones that is why the people of my central have sent me there. In the end of the year, and that is the only assurance I can give them. Say we use the money judiciously under the New Patriotic Party government to expand road infrastructure and other infrastructures that would help develop our economy and grow this country. If you cannot, it will come out of us. And in the constituency, January, I'm going to spend time with them and visit like I did during my campaign period and have conversations with them on some of these issues, including other bills that have come and policies that have popped up at ABSMU. It has a larger social impact. Now, feedback I mean, so I mean, I come back on the 18th. That's a consultation at the and there's room for amendments or for us to add a few other issues. We'll go and table them as well and speak for the best for our constituency. The process is still ongoing, but the person can afford to say, the most important thing is that you need to be na ya bo hu ban na eje di say aban this kind of adwuma na waye or the waye na waye na ga na fa ntuma pefra obi
my na say e be say di nkomo bio that's the member of parliament for the Tema Central constituency ifs Nino Inote and Motesi no AD nkomo Ekosiisen no high Asempa FM and Yeguso will be speaking to some other MPs who are in the thick of affairs and but while at that, let me remind you, sir, and the national team coach, the Black Stars coach, and the FM Penny be a press conference to announce the provisional 30-man squad for AFCON 2021. Yeah, Bono next year, which is 2022, but tournament should have happened this year. Still AFCON 2021, even though yeah, Bono next year. And Kai said, your official AFCON station, Asempa, the headquarters of Ghana Sport. Yeah, the Bibia Ebe Bremo. In the end, and a chance here January 9th, and a tournament they chance here Cameroon. And the Black Stars coach, the team or the two, Jano, won anywhere 30-man squad, provisional. Goalkeepers, no, Joseph Wallacott, or Swindon Town, Abdul M. Nuruddin, Yupen, Richard Atta Hatterfolk, and Lawrence Atizigi, St. Gallen. Defenders, na yawo Andy Yadom, Redden FC, Philemon Balfour, Dreams FC. Baba A. Rahman, Redden FC. Gideon Mensah, Girondin B. Yewo Daniel Amate, Leicester City. Alexander Jiku, Strasbourg. Jonathan Mensah, Columbus Crew. And a Khalid A. Mumin, Ewo Victoria de Guimares. Midfielders, Yewo Baba Idris, Wano Real Mallorca. Edmond Ado, Ewo Sheriff Tiraspol. Yewo Thomas Teipate, Arsenal FC. Mubarak Wakasu, Shenzhen FC. Mohamed Kudus, Eyas Amsterdam. Daniel Kofitre, Ewo FC St. Pauli. David Abanga, Real Tamale United. And Salis Abdul Samed, Ono Clermont Fort. Wingers, Yewo Abdul Fattah Isahaku, Dreams FC. Samuel Owusu, Al Fihar, okay. Kamal D. Suleiman, our Rennes FC in France. Dede Ayew, Al Saad. And Joseph Pintel, Ewo Genk. Strikers, no, Yewo Jordan Ayew, Crystal Palace. Richmond B. Yadom, Beta Jerusalem, Maxwell Abekwe, Great Olympics, and Felix Afina Jan, AS Roma, Benjamin Tete, Ewo Malatai Spor in Turkey. Inti 30-man squad, provisional, Black Stars coach, Edwin Diatuja, and Ayakai Eddie Amamun, Inti Munyana Munshan so, and this is just by way of breaking news to you. Ma yen science kwa homane so bio oko bongo constituency MP oda wana no the Honorable Edward Bauer. Honorable akwa bana pom to saying nyame adom ye ho ye papa me to voice am do za wabre enye easy now after everything that happened and rano when your videos ni bia hwe oh, won't you mean sure?
Yeah, me that can share that good. Do you download the videos?
Ah. Oh, okay. But yeah, share videos. But this I'll share live stream now. Videos ni be ego so. On now share African wear move been on.
Ade, government obviously.
And yeah, the NRC here on common here.
Okay. Yeah, I was there. I was no more comment.
Yeah, but
I think I was wearing an African.
Yeah, African print. Yeah, I've seen it. Me who say your colleague, the sports minister, Natari Ochen Natari. Do you remember?
Basically, there was a lot of scaffold, so you will know who. It was more of self-defense, and then as much as possible, trying to ensure that the other goes. So you may not be able to know exactly who at what time.
But how did you end up on the where the speaker is sitting? Then I'm moving
because there was the scaffold. The first and foremost, let's be very clear in our common. I've seen that consistently. We are having this conversation, but we are not addressing what would have triggered all that. I was saying, the whole place was charged emotionally. And it was charged emotionally because we refused as a house to allow the laws of the house
Ekosiisen On Asempa
of Parliament are governed by two documents. The Constitution of the Republic of Ghana and then the Standing Orders. And that two documents govern your activities. So when you have a situation where deliberately these provisions in the Constitution or the Standing Orders are flouted with impudence, and just for the sake that it triggers off emotions, and when emotions come up, sometimes the outcome of it can be regrettable, but it also goes to say that it is important that at all times the rules of the house must reign supreme. That yesterday we failed us.
And for Mono, what pushed you, for example, to where the speaker was sitting here? Because you saw, say, the standing orders, the constitution, no, speaker no emfanya juma. That's your main reason.
Look, let me tell you something. I have had an experience of that already. About 3 or 4 days ago, I happened to the first budget estimate. Approve it. At the time we were going to approve it, I got up because I knew that we had only 77 members of parliament in the chamber. And when we were going to take the decision to approve those estimates, I got up, I took my standing orders, and I was expecting Mr. Speaker to call me on the basis of which I was up. He suddenly decided to be blind towards me and went ahead and put the question and approved it. Meanwhile, this was the same speaker who said that 137 people who had rejected the budget had not done that in accordance with Order 102. In the Constitution, Article 102. So it gives you a fair idea that depending on the situation, the laws are applied differently. And so, from the one, no one against Ekosiisen On Asempa. And so, one yesterday, after a week earlier, he had indicated that the fact that the person presiding, whether it is a speaker, the deputy speaker, or any member, has no original vote was not in dispute. To have suddenly, within about 7 days, do a U-turn and indicate that he had a vote and that he was going to vote at one point was something that was not acceptable to anybody. And because he felt he could just put those his way, you see, when you have rules and you refuse to apply the rules, what it simply means is that people are not bound to also follow the rules. Because you, in the first place, he is in charge of discipline in the house. So if he's in charge of discipline in the house and he himself is not abiding by the rules of the house, how do you ensure that others do same? And on the strength of that, all we did was to go up there to draw his attention that it was not right. And you see, the moment we got up and were trying to draw his attention to loud voices and other things, our brothers decided to rush into the podium. That was when we decided to go what happened. And then the scuffles happened. And then, though regrettable, at least we did not allow an illegality to perpetuate.
But some have said, say, in the same standing orders and probably the Constitution, no, when you see, say, an illegality is being perpetuated, at least for more as parliamentarians, no, are there no clear paths to use than what happened then, Ra?
Masapa, who is a migrant woman?
Oh, what they?
Let me tell you. When Mr. Speaker, the same speaker, when we, after the Tuesday issue, when they decided to reverse the decision of the Friday, if you recall, and then the Wednesday, when Haruna Idrisu came and decided to also then move a motion asking for that decision to be rescinded, he initially allowed the motion to be moved. Amon Mayarga seconded it. We debated it. Indeed, the vote of proceedings captured it as having been moved and seconded and debated. On Asempa FM. He refused to put the question. And then went ahead to make a ruling, which was at variance with our regulations. When Haruna Idrisu then went again, and finally, because he had made a ruling, to then file a substantive motion to challenge his decision. What he did, because of course Mr. Speaker has the right to admit that particular motion or not, because he needs to exercise his discretion on that. But the Constitution also enjoins him to ensure that in exercising that discretion, it must be done fairly, it must be done impartially, it must be done to a very large degree of reasonability. But all he did was to let the clerk to write as he had not admitted the motion. We're not ready to let him go through that thing again. And this country has now become a country where, if you look at the current ruling government, they can't give a hoot about the what they call rules. They don't give a hoot about Asempa FM. Bastardize the issue, bastardize the military, bastardize the police service, and their target is to bastardize parliament. As long as we are elected representatives of the people of Ghana, at least our side of parliament would not allow that. We wouldn't allow that. You don't do those things. There's a reason for the separation of powers. The executive, yes, you can do. You are the representative of the state. We are the representative of the people. And in exercising our representation, we do that within the remit of the law. And to say, oh, you know what we are doing? Forget it. The issue is that we are no longer in the 7th Parliament, where you had 169 against 106. Now we are 137 with one independent. You must wake up and smell the coffee. And just say, what you know now? You can just do anything and go scot-free. They did that in the general elections, went to the Supreme Court, got it done, and then during elections itself, before even declaration of results, the soldiers go there and ransack the place and declare results, and nobody says anything, including the media. Nobody says anything. It is important that people begin to start standing up to them. Or our institutions and our pillars of democracy will be collapsed under this president and his government. And that is exactly what in Parliament the minority refused to do.
Okay, in the meaning, sir, faced with similar circumstances tomorrow or next week, you do the same thing you did yesterday.
All I'm just trying to say is that every Ghanaian must resist any illegality anywhere, not only in Parliament. Every Ghanaian must resist any illegality, not only in Parliament, anywhere within the jurisdiction of Ghana. And we must let the rules and regulations of this country work. And when the people who are supposed to administer those things are themselves breaking those particular regulations just to satisfy their selfish interests, it is important that the citizens rise up to them. Let's speak truth to power. Let's not allow people to just think that, I mean, for God's sake, we are not running a monarchy. Why you say that when the king speaks, nobody says anything? We must begin to stand. This is a democracy. And this is a democracy. We are not here. I mean, for God's sake, I know Nana don't think you know. It is just that within this period, he is the president. And we respect him and respect his office. But he must also respect the regulations and the structures of democracy. And so if they think that they can move from what they did in the executive and come into the legislature and not make rules work, it's about processes of approving something. Allow the rules to work. You just decide that depending on the time, you will bend the rules to be able to fit your interest. That cannot be allowed to happen.
Baba Honorable Unyini said it will be a dangerous trend to set. For example, say Wako constituency, a constituent feels say MPA A or B, and he believes say at the end of an illegality. He can meet you with violence to prevent that illegality. Is that what you are recommending?
I say resist.
Resist based on the example you guys showed yesterday, was violence, no?
I told you very clearly that some of the aspects of what happened yesterday were regrettable. So that's what I'm saying. I'm saying that it doesn't take away the element and the right to resist any wrongdoing. And I make no. So I'm not preaching violence. Look, you guys, you sit in the comfort of your studios. And I'm telling you, when the fire comes up, you will not even have the comfort to stand there and report. People are angry just not because of anything. People are angry because there are basic rules that the state must respect. And the state itself is the chief breaker of those rules. And if you see say you cannot be bold enough to use your mind to speak the truth. And let people know that where this country is going is dangerous. Look, years back, let me give you an example. Years back, gas branding that cost about 3.something million Ghana cedis. Cost a minister's job. The late your friend Jifa Atiwo, so rest in peace. Today, we are hearing of 65 million Ghana cedis being expended at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs opens its mouth and says that we do not know how these monies were expended. You have almost 33 million Ghana cedis expended by your friend saying health ministry under the guise of COVID. When we asked them to give us a breakdown of and it was meant for conferences and meetings, give us a breakdown. They bring us a breakdown of about pages of nose mask. When we know that nose mask was not about conferences, no media house is seriously looking at this. No media house is looking at this. You have become deaf and dumb to some of these issues.
No, but Honorable, as you rightly said, the Parliament of Ghana is seized with the authority to checkmate the executive. And for some of these things, the more standing orders and the rules of engagement are clear. When MPB here, that's why you file urgent questions, compelling ministers to provide answers, or mobile before more at the committee level. If you feel, say, minister be, answer be, Monya satisfied with, there are other means to deal with those. And how do you reconcile the UK to the violence we saw in Parliament, Enra? How do you do that?
First, let me indicate that as members of Parliament, these things were properly inculcated and articulated on the floor of Parliament. If you were to go to the Hansa today about the areas of the current government, we have done that very clearly. That's first. Two, I have indicated to you very clearly, and I think that you feel because it's your comfort zone. Instead of looking at the areas of what was it that triggered that, you are looking consistently to talk about the violence. I've told you, and I've admitted it. I will not pretend and say that the violence was justifiable. I have not said that. It is a reasonable action. That I agree. That being said, it doesn't take away our right to resist illegally. And on anything we resist it. Resistance does not necessarily mean violence. So we will do those things. But the point I made, person catch on is you seem to be interested in looking at exactly the symptoms. You are not looking at the cause of the disease, but you are looking at the symptoms. And I'm telling you, the cause of it was that there has been a consistent and a deliberate manner to circumvent the rules and regulations of Parliament. And it's just an extension of the current government's attempt to bastard almost every institution.
Every state institution. How about those who would say, sir, yes, and this time we are coming to the cause, as you said. How about Omu Ebeka said a matter of interpretation of the standing orders and the constitution, and that when the speaker said the speaker's interpretation of the standing orders, if you feel minded by that, there are other avenues to settle that interpretation quagmire once and for all.
Look, let me be just very clear with you. Let's not pretend. Look, before I even come to the standing order,
Ekosiise On Asempa FM.
You as a speaker,
me too.
You put up a question. Then the yes say yes, the no say no, and in your judgment, you think that the yes have it. What is the matter?
Yes.
Then the no say no. Mentia say mention say we on the right, and so they call for a division. Simply a division is that they are challenging your judgment. So it is your judgment that is under challenge. Then you get up and say you go, and then you go, and somebody else will come and sit, and you can vote. Who does that? It is your judgment I am questioning. What am I trying to say? So even before I go to the standing orders, I am just telling you, even in terms of common sense, and these are two of the things that informed your friend saying the framers of the Constitution, and for that matter, the standing order.
Yeah.
Because OSHA 1093, it says a deputy speaker or any other member presiding shall not retain his original vote while presiding. I mean, why you want us to write it in Greek before somebody understands?
Ekosiisen On Asempa FM.
That is exactly what this thing says. They indicate that the deputy speaker or any other member presiding shall not retain his original vote while presiding. And that is the reason why the majority leader, knowing very well that the opposition was so flawed, his reason he gave on your network, one of your sister networks, was that the speaker was only getting up because he was not feeling well.
Yeah, but and I think in that interview, the interviewer asked him, say, oh sorry, and so vote here. And he said there would be nothing wrong with say Okoko vote him.
No, but if he felt that the voting was a right and it was supported strongly by law and then by the order, that would have been his first reason he would have given. And then because said the rules of the house are clear. Look, Obi, me Dominic, class some.
Yeah.
Maybe we are arguing. Then you come and take a decision and say that based on the argument, Dominic did for and I mean me did. Now Dominic sorry catch us say no Obi they all kind of me for. And I was me challenge you here. Are you the one to take the decision between the two of us?
Asempa FM.
So common sense, and that is why in the this thing, you remember that we were challenging his decision that the yes had it. And so if we're challenging your decision and you are going again to come and vote, that doesn't just make sense.
Yeah.
And the law itself says that as deputy speaker or any other presiding, you do not retain your original vote. And you still wanted to go and do this.
Yeah, and I think a more counter argument to that, the operative phrase in there, while presiding, in the as and when he gets out of the seat, he is no longer presiding, so he can then vote. That has been their counter argument.
Is that not so ridiculous? Is that not so ridiculous? So it simply means that anytime we are of it, we are or take decision, no girl could actually no as long as he's not seated in the chair. Is that what you must also look at the interment of what the provisions.
The framework.
Yeah. So you don't just look at it from the fact that while presiding. So how do we define while presiding? Me, I'm not a lawyer, but it's common sense. And again, the practice of the house. You recall that a week ago, or this so I don't you may have seen that video where he indicated that he was counting himself for quorum, if you recall.
Yes.
He was counting himself for quorum. And he said that the issue about voting, he being a presiding, the one presiding and not having a vote was never in dispute. You remember he said that?
Yeah, I remember that.
Just about a few days ago. So what has changed in the last 1 week? What has changed?
Yeah, but don't you think, say, in that instance, no, they needed the quorum, but the vote did not have to be absolute. They only needed majority of MPs present to vote for. And if he even chose to stay out, they still have the majority voting for. That probably is a bit different from.
I know you are playing the devil's advocate.
No, but is that not the case, Honorable?
No, that is not the case. And I make say, look, but you are doing your job. It will be very funny if everything maker were now for us or supporting me. You need to be able to challenge me, pretending as if somebody who is against me. So you are doing your job, and that is the way I journalist. But the point I'm just trying to make to you is that if you sit down now, we'll share our practice.
Yes.
Or throughout the years. In fact, we've been practicing this since 1993 in the Fourth Republican Constitution. There has been precedence, and there has been some level of, and he himself is aware of it. I believe that a precedence in the manual that last week, say the fact that he didn't have a vote whilst presiding was not in dispute. Only the reason why he made those points. But look, let me make a point to you. And for me, I have always indicated that let's not get ourselves bogged down on the technicalities of Parliament. What is that? One, I have indicated, and I think that what the leadership of Parliament did today was commendable. That we needed to adjourn Senator.
Adjourn Senator, yeah.
Yes, and the reason was because this will allow cool heads to prevail. It will allow us to cool off, and therefore we begin to start thinking otherwise. 2, it gives, if the government is minded, it gives an opportunity for more consultation. And for people to start thinking around it. 3, it also gives them the opportunity to look at the options that we have also provided in terms of the revenues and other things they need. Nobody for a moment is pretending that government does not need revenue. Indeed, OSHA budget now this year, government is projecting that they are going to make 100 billion Ghana cedis. However, the total expenditure is 137 billion Ghana. So it means that the 37 billion now, which about 7.4% of deficit, OSHA, or target in terms of deficit now, they will have to borrow. So to be able to take, if you are taking out 6.9 billion now from their targeted 100 billion now, it then goes to really affect them deficit values. I can get what you are saying, but we have given alternatives in getting this. We have said that one, OSHA in terms of annual losses as a result of corruption, it's about $3 billion, isn't it? In today's exchange rate, that's almost about 20 billion. Try and half it. You may say it may be a bit difficult. We say there are some expenditures because OSHA total expenditure now, assuming that the tax collection is efficient, it's supposed to have about 6.9 billion. And they are saying, if that is the case, look, if you are asking Ghanaians that they should pay more, let's be seen to also be cutting down on expenditure. The Office of Government Machinery, you are increasing that from 2021 to 2022, almost $1 billion. Ghana cedis out the account. Let's say you cut on that expenditure. Let's say 2, you intend buying a presidential jet. We say, as we speak now, we are not comfortable enough to have one. When the days, in the future, when we have the resources, we can go for it. And we can cut on that. You are proposing to have a new chamber for MPs. We're saying that currently the chamber we have is enough to be able to perform our jobs. And therefore, that expenditure is taken out. We are saying that you are withdrawing tolls. That's road tolls.
Yeah.
Imagine a Burkina Faso car comes to Tema Port, loads things. You look at this road, and the road that they put on the pressure they put on our load, they drive all the way from Tema to Ouagadougou through Upper East, and they don't pay a dime because you don't collect road tolls. I don't know you're getting the point I'm making.
Yeah, I'm getting it.
They're putting pressure on the road. We said, do that. Let's see how we can get that. We can get that done, so that at the end of the day, you're cutting down on expenditure. You're efficient in the usage of our public funds now. Maybe we'll be able to make up for that 6.9 billion now.
It meaning, Honorable, from now till 18th January, if the House should reconvene, now this e-levy bill ever before the House, as it is now in its current form, you will still oppose it.
Look, the minister must begin to
Ekosiisen On Asempa FM.
You don't negotiate with the mentality that I'm not going to move. What is about Jonathan? The very fact that you accept negotiate, you are ready to accept certain to seek out certain grounds.
Yeah.
What about Jonathan?
Yeah.
There have been examples. Look, when Malawi decided to introduce this electronic reference and tax, OSHA, they introduced 1%. After a number of resistance from operators, from citizens and other things, what did they do? They decided that, look, instead of slapping that particular tax on the transaction value, which in itself is a debatable thing that we can talk about later, they said that let's put the tax rather on the service charge that the operators give to us. However, they placed a caveat that even though they are slapping the tax on the service, so in the case of Ghana, it would have been that, is it that 1% now on charge? They said that that 1% is not transferable to the consumer. And that will mean that we, the people who use it. And so, what the operators and other things did, that they decided to be more efficient in their operation.
Okay.
That's one. 2, OSHA Uganda, when they introduced it, because of the fact that the volumes, and I heard my colleague saying it, because the volumes had increased in terms of the transaction volumes had increased, and therefore government saw that it was a very good place of tapping. Within 3 months, person-to-person transactions in terms of mobile money transactions had gone down by 50%. The total value had gone down by 24%. because people decided to move away from the electronic means and now to pick the money directly and either keep it or put it in the traditional banks, and whenever they want to go and withdraw their things physically. If you have a country that is insisting on trying to do digital, and we are preaching cashless economy, then you have a measure that in itself is counterproductive to your dreams of having a digital economy, a cashless economy. It is something that you should take a second look at. And yes, you have brought your proposal, but allow us to all bounce our ideas off it. And you may come out with something that looks very clear. Because, for example, ISA has indicated that anything above 0.5% is going to be punitive and regressive.
Yeah.
This is not the minority talking about. These are academics who are talking about it. What the version is?
Yeah.
We have other civil society organizations that have given various opinions on this particular thing. How come that you think, as a finance minister and as a government, you think that you are just right, and whether we like it or not,
okay.
So I'm hoping that this break will be an opportunity for us to begin to start engaging.
Okay.
Let's see how we engage. Let's see how, on the basis of that, we can make Ghana go. And that is why, if you recall, on Friday, as a minority, we said that, look, let's not let e-levy halt the business of government.
Mm-hmm.
And so take up e-levy and let's pass the appropriation bill. Asempa FM. Can you be looking? Government still can run the country from January 1st.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. Then the e-levy, we can have a full discussion around it. And see how we can deal with it. That's how we think we should go. For every reasonable group of people, Jojo is the way to go. But if you come with this Tarzan, this Rambo style type of way of trying to get your thing through Parliament, you know, get
in the spirit of Jojo, what that also means, Monsno shifted from opposition, you don't want the e-levy at all. It is not. You are not taking even a reduction. You just don't want it on the table. Are you also shifting from that position based on the spirit of Jojo?
Look, let me tell you, every reasonable human being at one point or another, depending on what the facts are, always open to changing his or her mind.
Okay.
And I think that the minority, we are a very reasonable group of people. The only thing we are doing is trying to mirror the aspirations and concerns of Ghanaians.
Okay.
And that as long as we remain representative of the people, we will articulate that every day.
Honorable, it's a pleasure talking to you. Me and Asempa Papa. You better say Komobio. Why?
So that's
great. Edward Bauer, MP for the Bongo constituency and Moten and Kano. But you know, there's one of the MPs not bebrena entertaining Kapapa until yesterday. I was saying anything come okay, Mokai Honorable Ayipei Samuel Ayipei was Olusu the last elections, no. Me pesa me de poto be so ba ayenso ano Samuel Ayipei Olusu poto dane de na ye poto sa. Okay. Baolusui. Now, he lost to the NDC candidate in that constituency. An NDC candidate, no, on a baby, now see a friend, Teddy. Oye bruta. Okay, and I'm told, sir, I pay Lusu by just 400 votes in the Anyapoto. Hey, now we the Anyapoto. Krovia Medase. Olusu by 400 votes. In the Anyapotosa, but Nipa Utu Ayipei ni a friend of Teddy. Enra or Jinidin Bruta. It is a Obabeshe video na my close up one. Teddy no na on no se kaftan blue. Akwa Jinidin. Enti yebenya no ne ene no edi enkomo ewo ahoma no so enti Obi say Obi Teddy comes to Amasaman to do body lifting. or Jamie. Yeah, Teddy, you're tough. I said I could pray a quano banechi. Enti yebenyano no Eddie and Como and also Osha baby ordinity ordinance sports minister. Echi say now. na podi Asempa. Hey Teddy. But I remember Teddy about being come. Let me do this briefly about na fi Teddy about being come. The Honorable Frank Anodompre a majority chief whip. Honorable Akwabe Ekosiisen so ni.
Obi the more official pa.
Afi papa en consign me sign ho. Afi papa en come. Me gidi say bibi aboko.
Oh, nyame adom the idea about the greedy after Daniel de Manuel.
The 8th Parliament opened with violence in January this year. Unfortunately, my final setting of the year and so no more ending on a violent note. Certainly, this Parliament will go down in our history as probably the most violent, and yet good record for more in leadership.
Obi, member was here for official part to actually be an institute and for 18. I mean, Mamuna official part, Mama for feedback,
Asempa FM.
Minya Bema, as my will say, dear, Mr. Sarnek, the one of the this are maybe an Ukrainian any now, you don't know the history of Parliament, various parliaments in our country. It will go down. I don't expect that there will be a worse situation than what we've experienced. It's regrettable. We have desecrated the revered institution called Parliament. You are right to have captured it that way. And I think that you have been diplomatic in your expression and description.
Yeah. In the more on the majority front bench, no, say when you pause and do a little bit of soul searching, role Ben office and what play in all of this.
Well, back to your question, but you see, me from the University of Cape Coast, many some politics I see. We've had the likes of J.H. Mensah,
Asempa FM.
And the likes. You go to Supreme Court with Kufuado on his feet. J.H. Mensah, Ninimum Penny for Uswe Champon. The kind the area of feet. Let's of Kekos, your bank kind. Sometimes the Bayan meeting. Now, you are a public gallery. Just to catch a glimpse of the debate, deep-seated debate. Now, emotional debate here. It's just a spectacle to behold. But
Ekosiisen On Asempa FM.
We the leadership, regardless of efforts put in, we carried you along the line. We strike the olive branch. Ahmed, they'll bear me out. Many occasions, many of them came as make comfort to them. Many of them were suggestions that came from me. I'm proud to do now. We've pursued and blazed a path of peace. Our coexistence, but we are now the complexities of the situation also comes in, and what can it be that you are shifting a blame? But I can tell you that in this time, the players at stake were very, very high and married and varied. You also when you move across or take no, but not take because you see, Obi, me crying na ya wa. You see, I think at Machino. Let's just say, and ya DSA, a BC Dampu speaker, first deputy speaker, Tiakunim was in the now second deputy about the team, the Tiama on snap. The woman in tonight, you were quiet, Paso. Anytime Parliament, the speaker may be against any and there is a way to go about it. And that quite way, the penny for be any Obakaya or car voice vote or car said the years have it, So be challenge and call for a division. That's a civil approach. And known it is defined in our norms and the Constitution. Two very important documents that guide the Constitution of the Republic and the standing orders. In the worst scenario, at the worst scenario, speaker what challenge either by emotion or another activity. Not speaker. Said you're here and still now you are on the right side of the law. You can go to Supreme Court and challenge it. Well, and you know when you was open to
Ekosiisen On Asempa
decision for whether it should come under certificate of urgency. You know, was decided at the Committee of Finance. In the Committee of Finance, which is of the minority, on the year two, but even on the E-levy, matters related to the E-levy, the process, and whether it should be taken under certificate of urgency, you have to swap our committee level, Committee of Finance, Committee of Finance. About a 2 or 1 now, give me a minority phone, all the phones that were cast, or who you see here. If you're about plenary, I'm not going to say, if somehow you can't decide you already, inside the party, not what you say, so let's obstruct them. Young people to be being to a market, we said that they are normal and cost. Several occasions, main company defending young quiet. But Obi, so Kuku so Nipa, when you was watching, I would be more than here. Several occasions, anytime we are exchanging the back, I will feel who piano. I hear another. I am a Canadian minority people. This own question, I make how we are working. Double general, Ubakaya, you could see it. I could see it because it got to a point where Linia Munka cannot all page a ballot boxes. And now, Linia Nobby, a Shama empty. There's also a 2 move for all Chiaco. Now, Okochi, Linia by any Bamin kind of Yawa, Otla. Okochi, a Chapunia about it, Okochi, a your ball. And when it gets to a point where, at the instant of extreme provocation, which is the whole semi-panel proper, then you may be afraid of the previous. I have to remember. Maybe number 3 and 4, maybe I'm away. I can't get started. That's in so power upon Chenia or to walk.
Asempa FM.
And none of they are imagining serious. You could see any other one I thought to the coming. They can say the end of which over the trap. Many person 23 of could have to be just speaking. I didn't know who was speaker at that point. I guess we ever know. And he said, in previous times. Speaker is also what we shall for. Also, if you party,
Ekosiisen On Asempa
what you move, and you're crazy. It's a better side. Yes, you be your and the end react. If you see ya will go a tema, MPD no go on with the opposition. It was an attempt to prevent the speaker from being attacked because you share Sana or Kasa. Now, money, yeah, this is what treats some Motana. Obi, so will be a Kuntopano, Chadia, or the Poco Fiber go. Who shall put 2 minutes at your name? Now, who was up a people? Yes, and no one is saying crime, but as a boss speaker mobile. In all attempts at it was to defend people, to ensure sanity, and also to ensure that speaker will be for the M1. It's just unfortunate. It's unfortunate that they degenerated to that extent. I mean, I see. But
Obidi bibi chana ni aseno. Where did you get the evidence from to draw our conclusion? No, say bibi no bidi chana ni ase.
Oh, first of all, so we said video here. Na me like John Kwa, Roxon, that Yamato, and some clothes. Yeah, and for as a police agent, and here. Na yɛhwɛ ma division no ɛkɔ so It's been more just seen in but at that time I was so engrossed in idea me and said there became someone funny among chiefs and several funny it be firm and I do not be firm. And okay, I was also suspecting people me know what they are getting tried in here. I'm not paying so the same concern, the same thing of time. Meaning that we need the minority for a trade to meet some of the but okay, a plan out to move the idea they get the panel. I cannot tell.
I want any Nasepe, Anna.
If I think the left eye, the Nina prepare.
Anna, oh, here, or almost Tete, Anna, they are Pammy.
Well, in fact, I know you need to be concerned with radio, so you mean say you're treating Emma, and say one of Pammy, in a treating Emma and net moon. He was just calm in the seat.
Yeah, but one other thing is, you name say MPs and so no. Moving people to the privileges committee and yet outsiders and even MPs and so can be referred to the privileges committee. So far from all the bizarre scenes I hear in parliament this year, none of the MPs, even the main actors involved, have ever been referred to the privileges committee. Why is that? And how do you expect, say, BBW at Tuobecha? Because now a lot more MPs are emboldened. As soon as you are so yeah, Obia Anyane.
It got to stop at the point. And that is our decision. Now, you know that there is something in our standing orders. I can say we are masters of our own rules. We tend to abuse that expression, saying as members of parliament, we are masters of our own rules. So it gives room for unguarded discretionary powers. So, no, to me, you are masters of your own rules. When it fits you, then you bend the rules to favor you. I think it's a shame on our part. Up to now, for Bianco Privileges Committee. The you will be a Bontin or NPD, we would have hardly write the person to the Privileges Committee. But I know there's not a decision for me alone. It's a decision for the entire House to be able to come to that conclusion. To the extent that yet not say action for 4 years a high idea, then can only degenerate. And we are further desecrating the image of Parliament as an institution and also desecrating ourselves. Because if the image of Parliament is desecrated, we cannot distinguish ourselves from Parliament because we are members of Parliament. And for a long time to come, many years to come, the history will be told that once upon a time in the Republican Constitution, the end Parliament tends to be one of the most violent parliament experiencing. We have to make that decision, and it goes beyond one person. It goes beyond a caucus. The Parliament is made up of two sides, both the minority and majority, as well as the leadership. We must make that decision and have the blessings of the Speaker. And then, you are representing the people of this country at any time. Ghana for to be not in mind. I hope and I pray that we will take precautionary measures. One of the measures that actually me and areas surrounding the Speaker's seat, we have to protect it. And under no circumstance, probably we should capture it if we have to legislate on it in our planning order. Fine. Under no circumstance should a member of Parliament or the according in Taco Speaker. And no, it should be the worst scenario. Now, under no circumstance, a member of Parliament, and also about the other path just to fight. And no, we have to put out a very punitive measure because we will not have a parliament. Ghanaians will lose confidence in us so much so that the Ghanaian people will not respect it. And this one, it goes to the leadership, both the majority leader the minority leader and the speaker. Say, and then we have a pressure opportunity. And you know, they must show leadership. Yeah. If you look at the leadership, we are the ship and they are the lead. They must show leadership, and all of us will comply. So your shots here, and you, the media, should help us. Or be a someone way. It's time for us to name and shame. So we MP now, sorry now for children. We must put your name on radio. We must put your picture on radio. Now, constituency for say, and when Yama Mosha was a representative of parliament, for year Juma, never could go anymore. So next time when you come back to seek their mandate, they will advise themselves. Until we get to that point and it becomes an all-inclusive support and unlimited media for what to say. You can say a question now, we see now we shall see a body now shall see a show for me. Next time, we give you the fun impression in five because and then on some of the radio stations, some of the members in the minority can say, and they cry corner, after corner on the corner, they can't kind. Can you imagine that? But this statement came from a member of parliament. It came from a member of parliament. A year being Musa approaching their moody, a year being Musa, they are appealing to their party base. But approaching or this was standing that time. No news on one or two months.
Honorable on referring members to the privileges committee, yes, I agree, sir. A decision the House would have to take. There was a member of parliament be sorry na omuvu motion be. Emma Speaker, Esha Sobejiatum, they were putting it to debate, and I said, are you ready to want to move that motion?
Look, what was that? And I need to recognize this. And I'm not saying there's that of any weakness. Anybody who knows me, maybe come arguing. I'm a very straightforward person. But I can't say a people one human all year, and because you belong to a caucus, you cannot just decide on your own. The BBB will decide whether you are going on the path of seeking a privileges committee. You need to run it with your caucus. If you just hope is that we can come to that collective determination and decision. But it's
okay, it is this year, no, train till 18th January, right?
Yes, almost that. Processes involved in Parliament about passage of a bill. I dear friend, laying, paper, no, no, speaker, I refer people in my finance committee. Finance committee starts on the bill. And then I can come in to the state and whether you should be under the certificate of urgency. Being I have to swap all the vote cards, we in the majority won. So it was approved. The bill was approved at the committee level, but a majority decision. It's the bill maybe at committee level. At the committee level, you give up plenary. Plenary one on top of the
yeah.
Plenary non you follow. Clause by clause. You have a first reading until third reading will pass it into law. It is the same baby you give me a plenary. Plenary one is the final stage. I have got through all the clauses. The clauses the war bill we went off. I think there's just about 8 clauses. If you hear any on the 18th, and they are praying for strength and heavenly wisdom to the speaker. The 18th, they are told on Tiapo,
in the ENRA, na we are aware, Senator Speaker, home fan, no free house honor.
No, and run a specific to run it there. Now, me kind of correct. We check here, Speaker, my reason, but by extension, so meaning to set or Irish. Tiani nature kakako Irish. It didn't regional radio soon, Catherine, me kind of sound the diatro. So, Jamaican and run it, both young and yet the home panel. But I just assume that because no official retreat by an NJ, probably he was recuperating and it may be away to Yamba. But for the records, no speaker and country will be also or call Irish and now said who to do.
Okay, let's see what happens. But of course, apart from say Speaker Nankasa Ebetine Dwem on January 18th, no, the minority have said say this period no should be an opportunity. The government led by the finance ministry broader consultations to see ebi a tricky e-levy ne kakra ama obi agiatum. Is this something you would recommend say abanhwenye?
Of course, okay. Asempa anywhere difficult nature. Asempa the political fight also say political my former now deba. Pinche of course na the bottom line we have to sit and talk. Now BBPA anywhere say on Babaye. But over the year, the finance minister from the outset at the instance of the speaker, no, few also be engaging, or be declared, so be engaging all the stakeholders, including the minority forum. And then people shouting, no, eventually the finance minister has been driven from the chamber. Over Kaya. It's the idea you are say you know, so it may be a blessing in disguise. I mean, you're born in 5 years, we will appreciate it as such. And all the stakeholders, inclusive of the minority, for number two, said that if you disagree, you make your point and listen to others. It shouldn't be the case that the minority point said, as far as young pay, young mamma crime about yet, and only your para. Now, Roy Kaba, Ekosiise On Asempa, and also I bet you, and also so we are praying that the intervening period, will offer us the opportunity and also create a good ambience for cool heads. So that they are tension being never from Kaka. You could bring an area, meaning tension from Kaka. Now, you can engage more proactively on this matter.
As part of the measures going forward, Sisiara Minim say more working on some part of more standing orders to make it even more solid. No, there is this proposal say. You should look at making the positions of the first and the deputy speakers, an elective position outside Parliament. Is this something you would want to consider? Yes, your name says Speaker of Parliament, no any MP. In this way, MP cry or be a speaker or resign the position, by election. We should probably look at doing same for the first and deputy speakers, and they also don't become members of Parliament. Ojay was saying.
Well, it would be difficult for me to give an immediate response. Okay. But eventually I can say a country like Kenya, meaning Kenya as a country, they posted all the constitutional provisions in their constitution. And I will share, since we've practiced our 1992 constitution now, there are a number of provisions in the constitution. Anytime I look at the constitutional amendment, you don't have the confidence and the boldness to do it. The last time I hear constitutional review, there were a number of provisions in our law, and we couldn't have the courage to do it. To broaden the frontiers of our parliamentary democracy, we need to ensure there are enough checks and balances. Now, I have master about and only there, it will go beyond just one or two amendments. It will be a comprehensive amendment. And then, yes, most of the countries in West Africa, South Asia, and even beyond, Ghana, this country will go backwards. And Obi, Manoda Suminasto, the second, anytime there is an intervention in our democracy, for want of a better expression, intervention in our democracy, Parliament is the first target. All the intervention, I'm just being pessimistic. All the interventions in our democracy, Parliament is the first target. Yeah, these of the parliament. So parliament has suffered these resolutions continuously for a very long time. So we should be the last institution. I have a man so be a winning here. So be a my yam a coffin. Because the yam is pointing and check maybe yes, here of the parliament. And today, if you take all the three arms of the government, we are the leaders respected. We have no alternative. They need the idea of a brain washing. May it be hopeful. May it be a sacred super and yes, we will have no parliament in the future.
Honorable, my nase, Bibiani, I best have a bidding comobio. Why? We appreciate your time so much. That's the Honorable Ano Dompre Frank Ekanidin, or a majority chief whip MP in Sawem. Aduwejiri and I'm going AD and Komo. I think it's a good time to take a break, but we'll still have to speak to Teddy Nomunyano
on Asempa FM.
Okay, and we'll get Teddy Ayenswano MP and maybe a member of the minority front bench. Na yani also etumi edin komo. We say Obi, I'm appealing to the NPP government to consider the plight and welfare of the ordinary people who voted for the party into power, if indeed they mean to break the 8 years. Koendes Beido ewo Seshi Asafo. And Odiwe Aba. Obi, I am very sad as a citizen of the country called Ghana. The people we voted to solve our problems for us have rather turned into problems for us, the citizens, to solve. We would have been better off as a country without these bunch of so-called lawmakers who call themselves honorables. Okay. We say, Adriana Bakwe Kwamponsa from the Abeka Republic. Some part of your message now have been edited. Thank you. We say, okay, Aziz Donla Ewowa. He says, what if the e-levy is put to a referendum? Government must stop this lazy way of generating revenues. This one says, the sense of patriotism and loyalty of the minority caucus in parliament is commendable. They have proven time and again that they are for the masses, while President Akufo-Addo and the majority caucus have consistently been against the suffering masses. We are proud of our NDC MPs and state that there is nothing shameful about their conduct yesterday in the chamber. They indeed fought to protect the democracy of our country, Ghana. Echo John and Odiwe Abba. The deputy minority chief whip, Honorable Ahmed Ibrahim. Honorable Akwaba next saying. Edanyamiase, papa. Na enra me share videos ni mu na ma nsa da hu wo na wan
obi na me party agent o ma no mo to aba no na me mark you
anti time division e koso na una ye agent for the minority side on
na me na o ma o say yi two agents San George ni onaboro tindatiamapo
okay.
But now, as a leader, no, now say me confirm ni no mo yan. Nti na me table wana me maki.
Ah, enti o colleagues ni be started so mo approach baby a speaker net no. When who
Obi, no say e ka democracy no abi kabi amamo na democracy no. Government of the people, for the people, and by the people. But the Utene now can obey no democratic dictatorship. Ka and Kabi. Mendia mi peno and a mayor. You get a chaotic situation like what you saw yesterday. Also, yes, party fete. I can't say a betwaba. Mo bian crosso. Enko Obiafa.
Yes.
Obian tra baby all the time. Inti temwa first deputy speaker can't say or abano dear first second deputy speaker 2 year on be babeto. E hona members no can say or make picture say or mo manento. Because yeah to abano na won count. Inti ya to abana ya declare results. Now, this is the what challenging results, confirmation. You can bring additional people. And that is what generated chaos our own ground.
But in more, because again, and I think the last time I'm in Udin Common, I asked this question, say, in Parliament, depending on who is in the Speaker's chair, on only interpretation of the standing orders is what holds sway, Meboa.
And yeah, interpretation of the standing orders is within the bosom of the Speaker. And Parliament, Randi, the Okasa the democracy, the Yamrano Ebeye Tuma, Ka NC. Into which interpretation of the orders, now dear black and white. The Okasa a redder, and a didn't talk about. You can't say, who will be now Speaker's chair. In this idea, 1+1, say 2 krana, over interpreti amana be 4. You are bringing chaos.
Now, say Speaker, no, yes, sir, because the work, no, interpreting the standing orders is in the bosom of the Speaker. When the Speaker exercises that power capriciously, any arbitrarily, what are the measures in the standing orders to correct that mischief? Muni ekwan I just say, I say members need be sorry forcefully to go and prevent the Speaker from exercising a certain right. Muni any other civil means be able to follow.
Obi, your standing orders no, your proceedings no, eco parliament ya, enko bebia. Udi kokotwa enko bebia. In the obi di money, na utraho, na ni pane di money no ya. Say, unim send yo, ajuma omuye, enfambra kwanso. Uye minority na watraho so on the Speaker. Ushe, udu weni high no diwi no kwa. Obi, udi kase me di kokota. That was the proceedings of Parliament. Means of the and they say, oh, the monia, I was say who used to no raise the objection. Who raise the objection? No, cast on Tia. Ebi, who the Kokotwa, and that is what they wanted to bulldoze their way through.
And the meaning say, this is not the last we would see, because going forward, no, depending on which Speaker is in the seat, no. Say on my interpretation, they can also use force, like happened yesterday.
Obi, the Oka Speaker, the my interpret. Also, Parliament near processes of engagement. Only the Enra sitting, we know it was leadership failure on the part of the majority leader.
I didn't hear.
On the Enra yeko house running in a business committee report. There was nothing of that sort. In the Ono Friday now, adjourned. Parliament was adjourned to 10 o'clock yesterday. So you were aware. And now 10 o'clock, no. Emma, who majority leader, who first speaker said 12 o'clock, no first speaker, no can say. Yeah, adjourned to 10 o'clock. By 10 o'clock, no, sure say the finance committee will be able to generate report. In the end, 2 o'clock. Now, Uber still speaker 1 o'clock. 1 o'clock now, speaker. Who kind of speaker? So we adjourned to 10 o'clock. 10 o'clock, no, me my kind that I'm at. Introducing 1 o'clock, no problem. The speaker sat till 1 o'clock. Majority leader never turned up. Business committee, maybe by 9 o'clock. Many are on that issue. We're looking for majority leader for business committee to go on. Then at 2 o'clock now, majority leader mine, no. And the speaker ban a lot, waiting for majority leader to come. Healthy entrance too. 2 no so speaker by no, majority leader ma. Then Haruna Idrisu came. And the speaker said, we adjourn till 10 o'clock. At 10 o'clock, you know I'm managing my health. 10 o'clock, my bed passy. Me brain majority la ma me test say, yen 22. No beba ha 1. Why ma? 2 no so amaba, or no so or my. But parliament business must go on. And the moma yenko, and a speaker lead the procession, and no plenary. Omupa plenary no, and I make Asempa speaker. why not or generate other people now? You di ba be of parliament. Because me make a business committee no. In the me raise objection say the chairman of the business committee the honorable majority leader. One for born in the AMA committee no onu kwa generate other people there. We will not agree. Speaker is a statesman. Or share and or can say, Honorable Ahmed, you are right. But we are masters of our own rules. Young fan say, what you are saying is the right thing to be done. But Mayan adopt two other people no. Business statement now. Business now other people na yenko. I adopt two business statement no. In the whole and the majority la dimbrika ebe ura demo. As the leader of the household, leader of government business. Now, one more visiting, no, and I don't agree to no can say, the speaker is 2:00. We were supposed to adjourn on Friday. Now, Friday, excuse for a majority leader, Odima House, and say, because we must be sensitive to a deputy minister of state here, or no, one means America. Now, I joined Banu America, that's not gonna have 2 work days looking for the budget and the yearly bill to be passed before she goes back. In the Bibian Tenten I am party. We are MPs of the Republic of Ghana. You can't use this one as an excuse. And like I said, Yenya Butrana engaging Ghanaians. We are not serving a deputy minister of state. Now, look at a majority leader. You are reading for pushing through the e-levy and all businesses. Yenyan intention was because a deputy minister of state who is pregnant has gone to US and given birth, and there's nobody looking at the task for work days. Should that be an excuse? Yes, no. And then you go ahead. Then the speaker made us to adopt the report. 2:00 now, the speaker starts in his health status or transit from 2:00 up to 6:00.
And I don't know, sorry, go here.
But neither or transit from 2:00 to 6:00. No, the Nechija
Asempa FM.
Second deputy speaker. Say, take it over. But the original plan was to make sure say we pass the e-levy. And nunkwa item on the agenda. But because they brought other businesses, no, those other businesses, no, waiting for the finance committee to generate a report. Obi, after 6:00 in the evening, now finance committee report on e-levy, not MI. But me, I know, me a politician. I know the majority leader was playing delay tactics. On inter speaker, wako ya said the operations at hospital about or managing his own medication or transit from 10:00 after 6:00 now. On teaming to us after an 12. Until do an no marco. Obi, as I speak to you, not honorable Sarajata for EOP, say ma. And they send the chief of staff to go and beg Adwasafu to come to the parliament. These are the proof of the matter. The chief of staff spent 3 hours begging Adwasafu to come for them to have the numbers.
And we had a bang on and run on.
No, I'm telling you of yesterday. Into your class here, Omumu said you put for division, no. Then they suspended the house.
But honorable timer.
No, maybe suspended house, no. Around 8:00, no, and some Adwasafu ebe them home. Then they came back and the Yembra na Yembe Twabano. Obi, at that time, na 137.
Asempa FM.
Joe White say, or put on record say,
on Asempa FM.
Or transit, not the speaker no 2 years. Or about the change no about the 2. And minority for say, yeah, 2 first vote no na won fa ho. And say yeah, be division ya head count wa. Ya kan wa enye. Obi, they didn't talk no pa na no ndra no eno no.
Okay, Inti, me were 2 questions. Number 1.
And who be that time crowd may answer because yes, I made it.
Number 1, they say, are you saying, say, Ajua Safo delay in coming to the chamber? Ne was anka omopa ne chewa ansa na oje atoma ba no. Eno na delay the whole sitting and Namsuma speaker ka say watna se achenti afi okofie.
Me see, Ajua Safo refused to come to parliament yesterday.
Yes.
The chief of staff was sent to beg Ajua Safo for 3 good hours.
And who told you that? Say chief of staff ko pa ne chewa 3 hours.
Obi me deputy minority chief whip.
Na say no dey enfa ho we.
People reported to the house around 8 o'clock after the suspension.
And are you saying, say, by the time, no?
I'm not saying that is what happened.
No, maybe. In the 8 now, by, you know. Now, speaker, Tnasi, Achayam, or Abre, and Okofie, right?
Mr. Speaker, Tnasi. After the time, you see, Obi, we must be serious with Ghanaians. Speaker, Tnasi. Speaker, the plan in the office, 10 o'clock, because Muslim ran your bay at 10 o'clock. All Bano, and I would say, Mesa, oh, fresh speaker, say, oh, at the end, 10 o'clock, no problem, they say, I say, you go 2. Now, 1 o'clock, over on the office. Or the plan office, also, me, my sequence, so that, my bad. But I also 2 o'clock, I'm making. And the speaker, the plan office, up to 1 o'clock, they Mesa, 1 man. Or can't say, okay, say, let's transit to 1 number. And no ba speakers lobby on a common leadership no e ba be share no na ya ka say oh DN and I go inside the ye go ka eno se chairman sama speaker no two no boy ya o wa dem ho no and me raise objection say business committee report to be anywhere ejuma ye kwa akoye nim and the speaker no say and me bisa objection now one na oye other people no because business committee na impanyimpo no yes here chaired by the majority leader no I can't say na ye business committee ye beya ABCD na business committee ejetum and some ye dia back flow na ka say when e be and the speaker no as a statement honestly okay say na nke what say no na honorable e wo mo so man timi anya ni sa nti yen fa nche mu na yen adopt business it yen adopt other people na yen ko so the speaker took a very flexible line and na dey mudi ba na ye ditum say ye beye 2 o'clock na so na che no dim ye party ya ye objection no and so no dim rikabe ura parliament dem as the leader of the house you couldn't go to the speaker at conclave. You couldn't go to the speaker in his office. You couldn't even discuss with the ABCD.
Baba Honorable Ahmed, the business committee of parliament, majority leader Echeno, said minority leader was our committee in this will be ana.
It's chaired by the majority leader, the minority leader, the deputy majority, deputy minority, the chief and
Asempa FM.
Some other members. Yes, NIPA 21, NIPA 20, and our business committee. Me make a
I tell them as a more business of the house, I will blame him majority leader.
He is the convener. The chairman of the committee is the convener of the committee, and he's the leader of government business. And one thing as standing others now I mentioned it say, or no, and what our chairman. At least, Obi, Nancy, I'm a buffo and say, look, men who say who knew what would be anyhow. Who was deputy majority leader? Who was majority chief whip? A better own to me, ma. At least, respect more, Muse, being to me, now, Monfra business committee on my behalf. Munja win. It happens. Even when NDC was in power. Me as a deputy, my second deputy majority whip. Now me to business committee. This is how my leaders train me. You don't want to train anybody. Only what Nancy or water for Ira.
Honorable, the enemy person me busa. Yeah, I agree. One time person busa say in all of this.
Omwata dia omwano akoti speaker to say assistant speaker na di bone no enta ma me kan okra from yesterday one say makata
no unkasai me
people staff ko adjust to fear now na for 3 good hours unta me kai
na no obi the video be try wa na we see dey was chief of staff go the fear.
Oh Obi, let's go ahead.
But
when you are in government you see a bidawa na dia so aw we are penyina Penny said the no SNPN Koditro. Let's speak fact. We are men of God and stewards of the Ghanaian power. That's who do we think we are?
Yeah, I know you to be an elder of the Church of Pentecost.
Yes, we are stewards.
Yes. The enemy Busa finally say I wanted to get the Adwasafo connection well. Say on only delay in coming to the house, no.
There be my NBC for no. We had a couple of meetings in the morning. 137. Inti the address the bag we were crampo na. Na address apo that problem na bag we preside no. Not the majority side were still down by address apo.
Asempa FM.
And you know we are 136.
Asempa FM.
No, exactly. Into that been transit for 4 hours from 2 o'clock to 6 o'clock. I can't say me akokra majority that I can say be sorry ne. Into me closing remark any and or the breast second deputy speaker. Say mo pass yi live in we are. Now I read me closing remark now for mo. Obi, does it mean speaker has run away?
And it was because the
speaker didn't closing remark amount. Yeah, 3. Me ma transit 4 hours. Me ko utwaso ubra ma we ntwaso. Na me closing remark ni. The last parliament here, last meeting na no Obi. When I get house was it not the second deputy speaker?
Yeah.
So what is wrong? What has changed?
No, but are you saying, sir, speaker no add any statement says mo passi 11 ni we are nanka second deputy speaker no akan, meaning say the speaker himself anticipated say anka mo be passi 11. So what changed?
What changed? Okay. And no, okay, yeah, for me, the escalating committee be say Emma Pensions Emma form. Sa committee no be sa majority side say I don't know omu join free sa committee no.
And the de-escalate
we are looking for consensus building no. Yanim say we are tomorrow government. Yes, so we for answer now we go there. Tomorrow being government. In the area way no. Yanim say our transfer to the government. If the rules for engagement and everything is open. But who can say, yana your opposition? Yes, Brian Tracy. Na yen engage, yen build the consensus. Who are government wants to watch me? Then you go and be doing press conferences and this.
Oh no, but I'm running team. I mean, we have a final question here, fancy. At the time, I'm not back when I preside. No more 136, no more 137. And you suspect that because they had to use some strategies to delay settlement.
And they wanted to frustrate their own business from 10 o'clock in the morning up to an adjournment 10 o'clock. Then they no more to gap them.
And as I cry, no home man, and you may be easy. I'm on one.
Now, Obi, who are by more leader of government business? Yes, young opposition for your part. Abamba be now about 2 o'clock, 10 o'clock. Yeah, Juma. So be as center. Should we be government party?
Asempa FM.
Let's speak the truth. No man, he's a dangerous creator for Ghana's democracy. Yes, because we all respect him as our leader. But on pressure on this speaker another cooperative money. Can you imagine a hospital? What better air can Who ya? No sir, Pia Bontin say or Johnny business no. It's unfair to Mr. Speaker.
Now, sir, the who can say na Adwo Asafo ni ho ampa. Then what else did you expect him to do? Say was say opekwan bi edile ade ma Adwo Asafo ba.
And no na e was say Uma Ghana 40 as enya Asempa bi na ye. Men can say was Johnny Ajay government business.
Ekosiisen on Asempa FM.
And one day, Yabebo Hunkunta.
But honorable say Speaker Air, let's even grant Senator Adwo Asafo ni ho. Say Speaker Air present here because the independent candidate.
Adwo Asafo ni ho.
Yeah.
Na 137.
Yes.
Na abamba binti akunya no so.
Yes.
Na oputu question na yetu abana 137 ya. You may be vote is lost.
The motion is defeated, yeah. Yeah.
That is what they were running away from.
Okay. Honorable Ahmed, my analysis is here na train 18 January.
So that's what frame.
Na ya hwese de nioma besi akọ ndi bibia na ye besi abedi nkomo bio. Why?
So minia.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah,
that's it. And that's the Deputy Minority Chief Whip and Motesi and no aiding on the Ahmed Ibrahim or your MP or Banda constituency, and he is my colleague, elder of the Church of Pentecost, and I'm Motesi and no AD and Como. Make us say James Kwabena Bonfair, say, on your managing editor of the National Forum newspaper, James Akwabana Boko there.
Yanua ubi ayi said da bia me so me de so no serwe nya nye wu kwana ehia no wufuo na se funu na ehia no say yetiasi nkwa de nyame ene adiniye na me gina the National Forum anamu ama Ghana fo nyina afisha pa
commentary
na uhwe ya editorial a ye ka se asese yi nyame aye ye da nyame ase afimu yi nyina enye ya ye hyase nyina na ye da so te ase ne covid di binum ko lori akwanhia akum nipa chen covid na ya Ghana ye refi all of a sudden no bibia near the share covid one more malaria any yare ahodo akum wono bebre enu achi no ye da so te ase na yetiasi so sebi e moje bia frosane ahoden so enye nyina na ye hoden anase yetimi chese enye na yetimi kasa nti ye da nyame ase wo ho na meda wo ne wo production crew so ase se ma freme se nsemo a nkomodie ekoso wo Ghana enye obia na anya ne saa na no me yesa na me bo abaso no na me kai abakosem kakra as you know starter of this program say one more adinkan etna wafidi ayi wakonwa iso mia me wofa menua pani Kennedy di wanya ne ba bi ko kalala ufi wanu a na waba menua kwabna bobi ansa na yenua ayi kwadwo asare bafo achampo kaba awo no soko na adamfo fidie iso kra bedru stage bi yanya kasa kakra but later we reconciled Alaji Pature he is one of the pace setters of this program ono so wanya ni ba because no ma ko nyina ya nyame ye bompa say onfa wo mokra nsi but you see the bia me kan sem bi emre ye ninka so na ye nyina ye nkai say bibia wo ni mre o na ene na wo kwan se wo ye bibia kai se ochina ebetwam ebesesa yensusu enye akakabensem ene eyi emre nto ansem na eya ye no na emfa ye enkonkosi babia me kan sa na me hye Ghana fo nyina abo se afia ye bewura mu no ye mompa ye na ye mfa opepa ni ado kroye nyamisuro nyamisuro enfenwura finumu normal Ghana nemi ahira ye se
Samid Obi, say good afternoon to my good brother James Kwabena Bonfe. Tell him that I said he should be objective today. No mischief today, crowd.
Let me serve him notice. that I am going to deal with his application. Yeah. I'm wondering whether it's the Supreme Court or the High Court.
High Court. In your Human Rights Court. And I say I call High Court with.
That's right. And the said now okay cano. I'm wondering the appropriateness of the forum he has chosen. But I will deal with it. I'm my own fan say academic engagement.
And it will come back to the two suits, no. But before that, I say, on Sembe breaker, the Ekosiisen in Parliament and the interviews are that conversation will continue after this short break. Now, Abidjafo Academy so better na say na fear in common. Actually, and Sembe breaker now, basis here.
And now we are see a woman. Obi a we school. I will form a poem my ye, and obi a warrior Dumpo say, or then who best say we are see a Daniel computer imu, and Nunti and American for UNIAT at the amount. UNIAT Practical Institute of IT and Entrepreneurship. Programs are edim puntuani ye dieba, and kwanomoye, ebit say, computer basics and office administration, graphic design, video editing, and 3D animation, software engineering, network and cyber security engineering, ethical hacking, artificial intelligence and robotics, PLC programming, computer hardware and mobile phone technician, online business and forex trading. Na the ed wo UNIAT asoye ni say. Courses ni na 85% practical. Enti obawie no na wo wadwa wo nsa no dadaada. Na programs ni nyina are internationally recognized with CPIP certification. Ubesenya travel opportunities, startup initiatives for be obawie successfully. Your weekend, evening and regular classes. Enti UNIAT and American formal. And our friend 0547 966 966 0547 966 966. Accra, Shishaya, our data house, Asylum Down, Runabout, Kumasi, Shishaya, our tag junction, Anako Unia.com, UNIYAT.com. Unia, creating Ghana's top innovators through IT and entrepreneurship.
No matter what you're going through.
Coach, when him say me ba Romeo yare, me testing no malaria no. Oh, you positive. Enti want to me cry.
Sir, try me na me ba. My branche, won't mommy buy malaria. I am malaria drone.
Buy malaria?
Yes, buy malaria. Kudos Pharmaceutical Limited and Yaba. Esai Artimeta and Lumifantro Womuntino. A boa etu malaria na sentem. Nenum anyaya na a ye juma suntem.
Wow, Shesa was sorry. Romeo, bet me akwa taekwondo training ene.
Semi kachero.
Our pharmacy BM.
By malaria draw, your uncoradie and pennyphone sudie. At Kudus Pharmaceutical Limited, our 0596 081168.
By malaria, FD Ashishamagia to Muse yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, the king of electronics, the price slasher, or take off us one. The king of Fofo, le faux, numero uno. I think it's where Nibuani Macho, Nibuani Bruta, such a macho Christ. Yama Wemsi, tell him away.
PM Electronics, fair price.
This is dangerous pricing. I'm the priceless in fake products. Take it away. I like this one. Where is the price coming slashing? Where is the price?
Kaffa.
Kaffa will never cease to amaze me. Oh, yes. Such a giant TV with small price. Zacchaeus price. No. If you never come here, we'll be able to home appliance. I will Kaffa. Because Kaffa, no. Every day is a Black Friday. Yeah!
From this Black Friday, cut from Attity Home Appliances up to 80%. Utoende, yes, slash prices no.
Hey, it's me pan and me kita mi amike. Ecobank, me damase.
Shy, cow than you. Oh, say Ecobank, yeah, cruising.
Once you bet me a cruise, one casa okay. Esani Ecobank Auto Finance Package. Koyen card dealers are who do PI no 1 year juma baby. Ye ka da wakumaso. Say a new car, say yes second hand. Why your mouse special discounts. Ecobank side and she share pabe boa with your can who can you na. Your mount interest rate and bua from cry. Ebe bring weni so. Oh, so when your accounts were Ecobank and money how cry. Sa kwenye ye da homo bia. Enti enso sa ka no ho da keke. Abebu awie. Preto free 0800 003 225. Anasa ko Ecobank nkra bata bebia na busa Ecobank Auto Finance Package. Ensise kakra wo ho. Ecobank, the Pan-African Bank.
Aha! Afrain if you done you Your ultimate sports station, Asempa 94.7 FM. If you done yes, switch it goes on for fraud. Can you want me and switch it? I am prep zone. The latest news around the world of sports. Weekend games, in-depth preview and analysis. Nayama will hot betting odds for the weekend. And Nunisika Kukuno.
Oh, the love it to come. Money love. It's money love.
Show and show prep zone. If you debut 7 to 9:30 p.m. Don't miss the show. Nechensa den takren was. Hashtag prep zone. Adum TV 9 lessons and Carol. Your favorite Kumawood stars I want to. Hey, yes, I want to win you to the come. One day, baby, yes. Why the man? And one day, yes, Papa yourself. Be a better announcing so. Die, Meshia Catcher. Be a siesta. And Suman Palano. The big talent show contestants. Piazza Memorial Youth Choir. And it's surprise, baby. My share. And the 24th December, our National Theatre. That's again about we have 2 shows.
Asempa FM
to 6 p.m. That's again story 8 to 11 p.m. Adum TV 9 lessons and Carol.
Jumadie, Wafwa Omutaye Chine, Young Vita, ATL, Mako Power Scientific Herbal Clinic, Serene Insurance, Day by Day Men, Yunkulenu Palm Soup Base, Maswa Herbal, Franco Trading Enterprise, Mikado Conference Center, Piccadilly at 65, Asada Fabrics, Infavi from Big Baron Pharmacy, Medfab Roofing System, Ederic Limited, Keep Fit Natural Mineral Water, Valido Spices, Ayulab's Gripe Water, Hima Royal Rice, and Nature's Skin Care.
Hi, I'm Didier Drogba. On average, almost 250,000 people die on the road in Africa each year. This breaks my heart knowing that so many deaths could have been avoided. Follow these safe steps and help save lives. Motorcycles are a popular form of transport. If you're a rider or a passenger, always wear a helmet. Make sure it's good quality with clear vision and fits well with the straps done up. Always be aware of bigger vehicles around you. Stay out of the blind spots. Avoid weaving between vehicles and across lanes. Keep a safe distance from other motorists. This gives you enough time to react in dangerous situations. We all have a role to play in road safety. Together, let's make Africa's road safer.
This announcement is brought to you by the Prudence Foundation in partnership with the FIA Action for Road Safety, Prudential Life Insurance Ghana, and the Didier Drogba Foundation.
In this season of giving, sharing, and gratitude, we pause to appreciate you, the special people who made our journey joyful. We say a big thank you.
Asempa FM.
From all of us here at the Multimedia Group and our families to your families, grateful hearts. Asida, Christ at work.
Enso mankwa, enso yenkwa. Nom awake purified drinking water. Abujun swa eye krojin. Enso ne ma wahode tena ho abribia. Kan say awake bottle ba ku bia wo beto no. Ye yi sika kakra de kon National Cardiothoracic Center. Awake purified drinking water. One for life.
For bulk purchase, contact 0262 351 251.
Hey, you're the up and coming landlord. Who died yes we you?
Kwame, I don't mean we you.
aka roofing and a ceiling na me contractor no nso say me fa ni nyina enkodan rocksters wonso wo kromo pa wo dwen ho sen
wo contractor no nim ne ekọ Ghana ha de eba no quality metal trusses roofing sheet plasterboard and POP ceiling dia eye rocksters enfie bebre ni na rocksters ade roofing sheet papa ne ho aka de asum Ghana for
enka yesi ya no mu die nso ebo
eni adufudi achi na nkoto ade bone ne nsun da achi fre 0544338041 say metal trusses roofing sheet plasterboard and POP ceiling dia fre rocksters na won twa wontum.
It's the most wonderful time of the year when joy is in the air and families party in the park. Feel the excitement in the air as Joy 99.7 FM and Frightle partner to bring you the biggest open-air family event on the Christmas calendar. The Joy FM Frightle Family Party in the Park on Monday, December 27, 2021. And this time,
we're taking you up the hill to the Abri Botanical Gardens. Come for the fun, the games, the music, the food, the dancing, the laughter, the prizes, the love, and the joy.
8 is the 27th of December 2021. Time 9 a.m. sharp. Venue Abri Botanical Gardens. Rate 50 Ghana cedis for a family of 6. Ticket outlets Joy FM and online.
Come up the hill for another fan-packed day of happy memories with your favorite Joy personalities as we sing, dance, play, cook, and laugh together as one big Joy family.
The Joy FM Frightle Family Party in the Park is headlined by Frightle. Frightle, you deserve a life of goodness.
And Sethi Royalties, Nyamidria Apartments, Franco Trading Enterprise, Phone Papa and the Laptop Papa Fee, Day by Day Men, Strong and Refined, The Skin You Deserve, ADB, Truly Agric and more, ATL, bringing fabric to life. The Joy FM Frightle Family Party in the Park is headlined by Frightle. Frightle, you deserve a life of goodness.
The Joy FM Frightle Family Party in the Park. Experience it. Don't be told.
This festive season, there's only one place where the thrill of Christmas meets Ghanaian culture. Taste of Ghana. Welcome to my beautiful Christmas city, where we have magical experiences around every corner. From mouth-watering local food and beverages to electrifying musical performances featuring Ochame Kwame, Amachi Dede, Samini, Kwabna Kwabna, Kofi Kenata, Edem, King Promise, Kwesi Arthur, Mr. Drew, Soul Winners, and Wulome. And with exhilarating contemporary dance, inspiring drama, iconic fashion shows, delightful art exhibitions, and indigenous children's adventures, all in the mix. Entry is absolutely free, so come and let's spread the magic and cheer the whole family. Discover my beautiful city on Monday, the 27th of December at the forecourt of the State House, Accra, from 2 p.m. Taste of Ghana is brought to you by GIPC with support from the Ministry of Information, Ministry of Finance, Ministry of Trade and Industry, Diaspora Affairs at the Office of the President, Ghana Tourism Authority, Ghana Export Promotion Authority, Beyond the Return, and SIC Life. Media partners, Joy FM, Hits FM, and Asempa Radio. Don't forget all COVID-19 protocols will strictly be observed.
Hey, it's me pan and me kita Miami K. EcoBank, me damase.
Shy, cow than you.
Oh, say EcoBank, yeah, cruising. Once you bet me a cruise, you want to say okay. Esani EcoBank Auto Finance Packaging T. Koyen cardless a who PI no one year Juma baby. Ye ka da wakumaso. Say a new car, say yes second hand. Why your mouse special discount. EcoBank side and she share pabe boa with your car no kenina. Your mount interest rate and from cry, ebe bring when so. Oh, so when your accounts were EcoBank and money how cry. Sa when ye da homo bia. NTN so saka no dae keke. Abebwe Preto free 0800 003 225. Anasa kwa EcoBank nkrabata bebia nebusa EcoBank Auto Finance Package. Esi kakra wo ho. EcoBank, the Pan-African Bank.
Nidini na honam se na sani afibia oyano no afidia no beye soron kokra Mr. Music Man Kojontri live in concert afidia na yafasha soron kwensanse ya didi mfieduasa Kojontri a woso Ghana 24th night bia oh yes 24th December yiso maye share with the Icon Event Center opposite Living Room East Lagos and the maestro nature stage bambala ne so share family efia kwame yeboa and so for South Africa. Dial star 447*397#. Netto tickets this year. Economy 200 cities, business class 500 cities, and the first class 800
cedis. Ubetumi nso afre 0245 085 016 and reserve your table. When you nyumpa ho a, ma yenhia at the Icon Event Center 24th December 7 p.m. Freedom Family Entertainment and Luxury Entertainment na djumadi brow supported by Event Vendors Association. Media partners Joy Prime, Joy FM, Love FM, Adom TV, Adom FM, Insure FM, Breeze FM, Joy Entertainment and myjoyonline.com.
It's the most wonderful time of the year when joy is in the air and families party in the park. Feel the excitement in the air as Joy 99.7 FM and Frighthall partner to bring you the biggest open-air family event on the Christmas calendar, the Joy FM Frighthall Family Party in the Park on Monday, December 27, 2021. And this time,
we're taking you up the hill to the Abri Botanical Gardens. Come for the fun, the games, the music, the food, the dancing, the laughter, the prizes, the love, in the joy.
8 is the 27th of December 2021. Time 9 a.m. sharp. Venue Abri Botanical Gardens. Rate 50 Ghana cedis for a family of 6. Ticket outlets Joy FM and online.
Come up the hill for another fan-packed day of happy memories with your favorite Joy personalities as we sing, dance, play, cook, and laugh together as one big Joy family.
The Joy FM Frighthall Family Party in the Park is headlined by Frighthall. Frighthall, you deserve a life of goodness.
And Sethi Royalties, Nyamidria Apartments, Franco Trading Enterprise, Phone Papa, and the Laptop Papa Fee. Day by day men, strong and refined, the skin you deserve. ADB, truly a Greek and more. ATL, bringing fabric to life. The Joy FM Frighthall Family Party in the Park is headlined by Frighthall. Frighthall, you deserve a life of goodness.
The Joy FM Frighthall Family Party in the Park. Experience it. Don't be told.
Asempa FM.
Bema netie me se wo ye obi a wodwunso ntentema najo anasa wo bema muta hyehyew wo kyemu ansa na wodwunso so a na mu akyemienu se wo bema so ate ana empa so agudie na kofam nti wontime nyinse wo yire dia ene Access Clinic and Prostate Center ene ye wo last stop efi se Access Clinic and Prostate Center die yenni majuma ememma ho odinti ene ye ban Access Clinic and Prostate Center ene Nima Police Station ene din hwe animu e wo Maslot Hotel any the Youngsters International School Finfi Honwa Freyen and was 024-025-7333 and 020-352-2579. Access Clinic and Prostate Center. Beme bia any daswono.
Official poll, Ministry of Health, Ghana Health Service no aboafo echia wo sronko afie. Wo kai wo se December eyabosumi a wodi esi wo sronko se wode wo COVID-19 panie no. Esan se COVID-19 yade no nkoye. Edaso ane enetie. Afe nso samre ya na COVID-19 ehitantem. Ebra ye di afe na nipadom ehiemu. Nanso betimi enya ahoban bom mapa se wo wo COVID-19 panie yi mu bia. AstraZeneca, Johnson & Johnson, ni Moderna ne yade wo obi a wedi mfie dun wotwe ni echire. Pfizer pe ene etumide wo obi a wedi mfie dunum ni echire. Apenfo pe ne nka ho. Vaccines ya FDA agi atumi ohaw bie ne ho. Eye adwuma, eye free. Na sanso bon ho ban stronko free COVID-19 yade ne ho. Owuo na bua me yenje wo nto ayaresabia nso. Ghana for opepepepe ena wo vaccine ya emfa wo haw bia mbre wonom. Enti woti ho twen de. Fa wo national ID card numu bia ko wo vaccine yi bi wo mpotem. Se wo ko wo de etoso mienu na ya fa wo COVID-19 card no ko. Se wo panye yi wie na wo mpomu ntine wo a fa yaresabia bia ben wo na won hwew. Kwaswa shew face mask, tai fa semina wo horo wonsa wonsu a esone ase. Fa sanitizer alcohol wom fifa wonsa ho. Na montete montem. Yemma wa fichiapa, bo ho ban, bo wabusia ho ban. Wo panie no na bo ho ban free COVID-19 yade no ho. Enka boy free Ministry of Health, Ghana Health Service ne wa boafo nchen.
CBG I am from Eja Ehuti nanso se ehu beti ama wo agi se wo de adi dwuma yie ansa na wo beso wuja no hwea na hwe se mframeja ho nka biara enje ho se wote mframeja ho mpampa na buebue apono ne mpoma no nyina eba ne saa a menso ana menum biara edi enyinam ahoden eye adwuma dundum eja biara waso wo ho na frɛ onimdifo mano mmehwɛ mawo fa semina nsuogu mframeja tontruwa no ano se wo hu ahuro a na kyerɛ se atue ampa ta ehwɛ se droban na etwe mframeja no hu ntue na ta sesa droban no acha preko mfie mienu biara echi hwɛ se abri biara wo be soja no wo bepa wo matches ansa na waso wo stove hwɛ se mframeja ne ho asɔde no adum abri biara wo mfandi dwuma biara nkratoɔ yi efri National Petroleum Authority aswe.
Sweet darling, my beautiful baby. Hepa Plus mixture ya ebusinya num ebutinye immune system. Abusumi pini obia enya rede. Ti asiemedo. Tie Hepa Plus mixture enya adwuma ebeye no nipadua ni mo no afa kura na ebeye nwanwa mo aduro ye ma ye general well-being ebusua pomden hu hia me yie esene bibia ebusua wota nom Hepa Plus mixture no won sesika hospitals wo save e de ade foforo entime ma no mpafia ha she wo ye Hepa Plus husband radio for Hepa Plus husband enya won so beye Hepa Plus wife na bwa no Hepa Plus mixture
Asempa FM
to mo manufo ne nkwada wo ni dummienu ka ho e pharmacies chemical and herbal shops atufo mfra 0542 778 572 ana 0549 297 463 Hepa Plus mixer e ma pomdina mapa FD ahwehwe sa ejedi nkrato yi mu agye atum se eye come on let's go yeah chop shop yeah just call on chop shop yeah all the kids in chop shop all the kids in shop, yeah.
Chop Shop, Ghana's good food place.
Get digi with it. Get digi with it. On your mark, ready, set, let's go. CBG Mobile, USSD, Young Co. Star 924 hash. Funko the go. Smartphone no, young phone no. Ever fire money transfer. For your water bill, for your light bill. Fato credit. Star 924 hash. You deserve it. Let's go. Get digi with it. Star 924 hash. Get digi with it. Star 924 hash.
CBG is empowering you to get digi with CBG Mobile. Simply dial star 924 hash and get digi with it. CBG, we stand with you.
Afiaso, enioma pa yasan atete so de. Bia ye ba ko pe, e wonioma pa ni nyina bi. Compute Ghana cashback Christmas. Beto enioma pa bi te say LG, Samsung, Tecno, Bluetech, eni ne ekeka ka ho nyina. Abo ye nkrabata a ewo Ghana half an nyina. Compute Ghana buy and win instant from 20th December up in 24th. Fraying ewo 0307 070701. Anasa 0243 143 143. Download the app no ewo Compute Ghana Limited. Na enjoy free delivery. Ewo enkran
Asempa FM.
Bia ba ko pe o Compute Ghana. Passion for technology.
Ghana foi DBS Industries asaka ne ho biemu so nu se eba se ye modan so ye mfa nchense papa e ho te ehundwa na eti apode a DBS any side wono be bie Ghana fo ani e woni ma bebre ho na obeka ya afia no free installation a woto color link plus a ye de ma wo no abo nipa bebre afi we die ne de eye super duper free installation and ye de bremu ne nyina ne se free no aye double se woto color link plus sheet super sheet rainbow sheet and mattress every sabre copy December 31st 2021 installation no free unim dada so say auto color link plus ye free installation ni we a over 20-year warranty e bata ho we ye mu de emu ohwam e brani ni so obebo dan so wo bo ni ye DBS Industries ene edi usaka gina mu no e de na de se woto nchensen any trusses ni ye installation ni de am free of charge it free se se won kra 0240844444 Takrade 050-600-4242 Kumase 050-600-4141 Obetumi akwa website www.dbsghana.com and now send a mail info@dbsghana.com. DBS Industries Limited still
Ekosiisen On Asempa FM.
Yebe boy dance so ansa na fina kwa wie.
Anytime I feel lonely, feeling sad, only one station makes me happy. When I wake up in the morning, only this station makes my day. Yeah. Oh, Asempa, Asempa, Asempa FM. Asempa, Asempa, Asempa FM. Oh, Asempa, Asempa, Asempa FM. Asempa, Asempa, Asempa FM.
94.7 Asempa FM Sony Ekosiisen dwumadi no asugu so a utie no mayena mu nyina ase ensan mama kwa ba bio se matwen yen amayakọ aba. We appreciate the fact that you listen to us every weekday, and as you might have heard, the Parliament of Ghana has been our focus, and in Sema Akosuo over the past few days, especially Enra and Yumre into a Homachi, the course, or any didn't come over Brina, Afansemi Sisi Parliament. No, na James Kwabnabon Fatna, Se Martin in Canada, make us a former MP for the Upper West Akim at day so wababe cancer e studio honorable Bequeen Atnase e studio honors here no eba be din komo sanso and a former MP for the Tema East constituency, the honorable Daniel Ni Kwate Titus Glover would also join us. Now, let me say a big good afternoon to you, an ardent listener of our show, Seth Bosompim Kisi. We are registrar our birth and death registry, and your PA, personal assistant, the Apostle Justice Samuel Enim. Wow, we thank them for doing the listening as always. Ain't Seth Bosompim Kisi, we are registrar birth and death registry here in Accra. Personal assistant, Apostle. Apostle Justice Samuel Enim. A happy birthday to Abdul Rafiu Kamara. Continue to be great from Bismarck Aqua. And there are other birthday dedications. Let me deal with them quickly. Into me and to us. We say hi, Obi. Just tell our 137 reasonable MPs that we Ghanaians are proud of them. Quote, if a law is unjust, a man is not only right to disobey it. Unquote. Hashtag say no to e-levy. And greet my senior brother Kabila for me, Eric Ejay, Onoye NDC Bono, Deputy Regional Communications Officer. To my lovely sweet 16 daddy, Mr. Kofi Owusu Bwedi in Amsterdam, from your stubborn daughter Nana Amadompe, aka Amaswaga. On behalf of my siblings, we say may God grant you more life ahead in good health. Amen. Inti Amadumpe, aka Amaswaga, say ne papa Kofi Owusu Bwedi or Amsterdam. It's your birthday today. Happy birthday to you, and do have a really, really good one. Menshare and kind kakra nafe mema ebijafona kwa bani enfan komono ensheshe so we say on OB. Honorable SK Bagman will go down in history as probably the worst Speaker of Parliament. He knew what the NDC MPs were up to so quickly. Okay, that's an unfortunate allegation. As the next primaries, I will vote for a macho guy to defend my party in the parliamentary chamber. A blessed afternoon to Honorable Dr. Bernardo Koboy, former Deputy Health Minister and MP. Nana Ekwiyamwa Boaten. That Obi. So an NDC MP actually sneaked in a sharp object into the chamber and slashed our deputy minister, our sports minister during the rancor. We don't know that for a fact. In fact, the majority chief whip cross unima de kwebitma is any panel ring and I say blue no share and I say a day, but they are still looking into that. And they don't pino in Malam. That's for your information. This one says the problem of this parliament is simply an issue of adherence to rule of law and interpretation of the laws in the context of the numbers. They may include election of deputy speakers from parliament, quorum for decision making, casting vote, division among others. In the past, when there was clear majority, these problems existed but never manifested. As a nation, we need to use this experience to fix, or if you like, tweak a few laws and make things clearer. The lawlessness in the August House of Parliament is just one too many, said Obama in Pokwase. And he again says the Johnny's Just Come MPs from the NDC side are the cause of the chaotic scenes we see in Parliament lately. The rate at which they are desecrating the August House of Parliament beat my imagination. J.H. Mensah, C.O. Nyano, Dr. Kwabene J. and Co. must be sad watching proceedings from their grave, said Obama, Pokwase. This one says that Obi, Ghana's democracy under President Nana Akufo-Addo has turned upside down. The same president led a demonstration against VAT when even the then majority could have chosen to ignore the demonstrators, but we had a listening president at that time, so the bail was suspended. Why can President Akufo-Addo not do same? Responsible and reasonable. And then also, president all over the world think of their citizenry. Nana Akufo-Addo has exposed his incompetence. Alfred Kojo Treadles and another way Abraying. We say Obi, the abuse of the standing orders of Parliament by the first Deputy Speaker is simply reprehensible. This same Speaker overturned the decision of the Speaker of Parliament with impunity. One of the most important tenets of democracy is consensus building. So if this proud and pompous government will not engage the minority but rather resort to bending the rules to have their way, then the minority must do everything legitimately possible to protect the interest of their constituent. Kudos to the minority for protecting the sanctity of Parliament and the state. We shall continue to say no to the implementation of the e-levy. Obi, myself and my organization, Forum for Development and Accountable Governance, shall intensify our market and lorry station engagement to further explain to the ordinary citizens the behavior of the majority in Parliament towards the introduction of such draconian and regressive tax. We shall resist the oppressor's rule. Kojo Dankwa, Executive Director, Forum for Development and Accountable Governance. Wow. Good afternoon, Obi. So that's how our Honorable Parliament has degenerated into too sad. Richmond, our Standard Chartered Bank here in Accra and on the way about. Okay. We say, Obi, but who is Eric Ejay's boss? A ghost? And I want to believe, sir, his boss in Bono Region. Bono Region Communications Officer, and my friend is saying, yeah, I think he has a popular name. He's quite popular in the system. But Eric overshadowed there. That's a fact. Maybe because Eric came to Accra.
Comes to Accra. Yeah. According to him, he's here.
Yeah, he's here.
But he tells us that I don't want to use a certain word. He's always there.
Eric Ejay boss. I'll find his name. Namedi Atuja. Your friend saying Charles Akowa Tufo.
The one Eric Sikase Okobano.
Yeah.
You must have a certain budget to be able to do that.
Oh yeah. He should be
comfortable. Na otrajajo okasama.
Honorable Bekwe, my honorable Bekwe akwa na memra ho kabila. Honorable akwa ba net saying.
Yeah, we just unya bema.
That was it. Constituency boko.
Oh, no cre be na wotwe ni mekwaku apimti me call constituency, but minya home information na minim say bibia ekosuboko.
Fantastic.
Yeah, afiadu enche minim say abroso an afiada.
E wo say woko.
Doka wo.
Ba say dia na ka be fie o. E kodi bronya.
Aye adwuma ya fatu ye ho so. Bronya na nkasa kra de enye fie di na yeka, but ehun no but obi ka abe aman o say ye man. Abe aman yo. Tu dwane fi hu a. Enye ebisu here no. Na mana awie mana awie pe.
It's true.
Yeah.
It's true. And I say what be kan ho e wo say. That's why so about ho bio. James, my memory ho, and now let's start our discussions from whatever you witnessed on your screens and from the Chamber of Parliament. Any awie in komo a yene stakeholders ahodo edi on what happened in Parliament, including some MPs who were in the thick of affairs. And Rano, Mamenye Wajenche, your discussion segment in Yumekwebi na Afa Hoka, TCL, the Creative Life, Weber Call, also Weber We Care, Franco Trading Enterprise, Phone, Papa Fie, Castrol. It's more than just oil. It's liquid engineering, dependable herbal, and a global lighting center limited in Kania Pafie. I'm going to show you an assembly of the discussion segments now. Abremo James, meet you.
Obi, medase. Mantimi anhwe de na ekoso no.
Okay.
Because enra me too kwan me dwe na mabre. I was tried, you know. Nti ahmachi me sorry here. Ena me hu say
Asempa FM.
You know, nema bi braba me phone so. Nti me yeso na o to sia de na me busan say. Then ekoso TV so. And me try say me hwe channels be but by that time no na I'm say around 2 na we be a before and but you see Obi my tie interviews are why na wi mestre enya nisan o say omo ye lead part of leadership.
Yes, I think I did 2 interviews with leadership members into Anodompre, a majority chief whip.
Yes.
And Ahmed Ibrahim, a deputy minority chief whip.
To be honest with you, I have a problem accepting that Ahmed is a leader of the house.
I didn't hear.
Nekasa okan no. Anodompre it will issue be but a historical fact. Or can be say Parliament is the first target when there is any uprising. That's not true.
It's the constitution.
It's a constitution. But second, Parliament impo. The constitution first, and then the citizens. Our right to choose.
Ekosiisen On Asempa.
Say omo ayepeso mu di anim mampani de to abama no mrachebedwafo omo ayeto abama mu soja for no G satumi no. And the second casualty is the citizenry. The power to choose. Now, you are close down Parliament. In that order, no, in that hierarchy, no, Parliament also means that. Now, the Omu Ye, this Parliament, the Omu Ye, I doubt if they represent us.
Really?
Yes.
The minority says they are doing all
please.
The interest of the Ghanaian people.
I have asked before, na mesi busane. I rightfully, constitutionally, me wa constituencies maku isia metimi akogina ho say apri mashibedwa. Either say me free ho matena ho da ana say meti ho sisia. Me kan dom kwabenya, me kan Cape Coast North, me kan Okankwe South, me kan Kintampo North, me kan Boli Bamboy, me kan Yape Kuso, me kan Salaga South. You see, emudi ohina ye MPs omo say ye NDCO, say ye MPPO. Omo be share yen constituency no on any major issue.
Asempa FM.
To say they binu ye no aman binum so. UK crowd there and member of parliament back o ko share the constituency no onya wo free mu. But they do it. Now, what you asema Minia Ahmed Kaye? I say I'm doubting so ye leader. Or say, oh yeah, nema bi o kasa o kan asem bi o parliament on na wan kan ye anase wan ye ni ya ene din tokwaba. Parliament, it is voice and vote and nothing else. Parliament, voice and vote and nothing else. If anything, it is the pen that records. So where from the punches? The show of Brown.
But you heard him.
I'm saying
giving reasons for that.
That's why I'm saying yes. It makes him unfit to be in that house, let alone become a leader. I'm saying this, and I'm showing it from the Constitution. Obi, you go to that house to submit to one rule, which is that it is the rule of law. The bedrock of democracy is surrender, total surrender, and adherence to the rule of law.
Fidelity to the Constitution.
The law. Nothing more, nothing less. Enti ntokwana eba no onu amedo kano enye ne ferry. Enye na new. And I'm surprised even the MPs are speaking. All of both sides. Because animguasiaka and unyansie.
There's honor in the house of honor.
Animguasia akan unyansie. And our MPs must be bowing in shame. How did we get here? And where were the marshals in parliament?
What could they have done?
What couldn't they have done? Why are they there? Do you know that office? There's a police detachment to parliament. Where were they? And national security. This is the 4th time Mr. Kandapa sit up.
Asempa FM.
Mr. Kandapa sit up. This is the 4th time. If preemptive intelligence fails you, immediate counter action within measured terms of democracy should have been deployed. Unless we were not on top of business. This is the 4th time, Obi, I'm saying this. This house. Now let me narrow in on the members of parliament.
On Asempa
These honorable people calling themselves honorable members. Not all of them. And may expect to say, and now no dear 7th January now, your Jama no koyeno. Ghana mpani form mpani. Any one security chiefs, parliamentary service board. Womo enyusu cameras ewo parliament. Nienhwe MP biara suban one by one. Let everybody answer for him or herself. Because that is what they are. Obia should be held responsible for their actions and inactions. Obi, Asemi come for you look, my head knows one, but I don't even want to deal with it because issues are Ahmed Ekan. It is laughable. I laughable esre unindenti esre no. Mo na mo hihye mra o. Mo hihye mra say ye ni so. Your constitution ni na ama musa tumi no. Mo hihye mra no say ye ni so. Na why na so die da no so say obedi so first. Na mo ni so a mo ye den ka che say ye ni so. Asema wo na wo kan na ko nanum. Say minority chief whip, a leader of the house, say if you honomo say ye kan asemo a yetimi de and tokwa and san eka ubi. That's what he is saying.
Also say otna sema ade ne koso wi a uni any other forum to go. If all the court into you, and you have to make sure that you stop it from happening.
That was the most shameful and disgraceful comment to come from him.
How so?
And I'm not going to mince words about it. Sir, member of parliament has no faith in the court. Hey, so me, why would I have faith in the court? MP no yamra, Emma court at a mouth for the church, or say what Nigidie, and what Temuanu.
Also, the court will say parliament is a master of their own rules. And since it's about parliamentary procedure, let parliament deal with it.
So then why is he then afraid of the court? And that's the canon of deference interpretation of law. That the court, even though you say primarily constitutionally, it is their duty to interpret. No, they don't interpret all the time. And that instance now, is a canon of deference in the interpretation of law as a principle. Say, parliament, ya refer biya mamuda. Into onim sano. What is the way forward? The way forward is simply say parliament ono moya mutu haba. Now ni dey yami nwanwa. Say so mo kan standing orders now wo muntie mu yi o. O share voting in the house. It is contained in a standing order 109. Mm-hmm. This is the revised as at 1st November 2000. And one of them mun change no. Honorable Bekwe.
It's true.
O na wo fi me boa no correct me. Enti no na me kutai. 109 standing order 109 no. O sha say or lifting Article 104 from the National Constitution, the back say no question for decision in the House shall be proposed for determination unless they are present in the House not less than half. So half or more, and in this case half or more, no, 138. There's no ambiguity about that. Of members in the House. And except otherwise provided in the Constitution, the question proposed shall be determined by the majority of votes of the members present and voting. Now, clause 2 now. And I stand yes. Sub order 2 now. I'll say, Mr. Speaker shall have neither original nor a casting vote. And if upon any question before the House, the votes are equally divided, the motion shall be lost.
So
that's what Ahmed was talking about. 137.
Yeah.
But Oko 3 now. I say a deputy speaker or any other member presiding, not speaker. This is the language, shall not retain his vote while presiding. While presiding, sitting on the speaker's seat. Once he rises from that speaker's seat, he retains the voting right. Meaning why the framers did it. But I can understand the spirit and the intention. Simply as this. Kintampo no for 4 and a bole bamboo 4 and I say Cape Coast no for 4 and I don't cabinet to abamame. Say me mesi o manamo parliament. Na me ba parliament. Na me tie ye. Na ye to abayi me say me maye first deputy speaker and second deputy speaker. By which I have been elevated to an executive position in this constitutional order. Enti deputy speaker on to me minister of state. Okay, minister of state has all resign. On to me enti by say me konya sa first deputy position no and second deputy position na I have not abdicated my rights and my responsibility primarily
as a member
to represent the people of not as a member but to represent the Kintampo enough people, because all my mayors had there now the people of Kintampo lost will lose, but that's not what they voted me to come and do in the House. Anytime as the deputy speaker and our first deputy speaker, your friend say, oh, if you hormone or what right say or vote to, but not when he or she is presiding. Why? What's the big deal about this? Say, obey exercising the voting right. Was sorry. Say, the odiono and metnasi. Wait, my say a gymnastics. But that's what the law allows.
But again, that is where the other argument comes. The division was called based on a decision from the speaker, which decision they pursuant to a voice vote. In the voice vote, speaker Kasa the ayes have it. Somebody rises based on the standing orders, a challenge that decision of the speaker, a call for division. In the mind you said the division is specific on the speaker's decision on a vote. It is a yes division now. How then will you?
That's where you get it wrong.
A voice vote.
No, it's based on the decision of the speaker.
Absolutely, because the decision was based on a vote.
Hold it. You see? Let me tell you. You see, my point is that the speaker has decided.
Yes.
Or say the decision now. Why you know? So we say no kind normal.
It is. Why is it?
Wait. What we say is it is allowed. But I'm saying that it is not normal to challenge it, like it is questioning the speaker.
Yes.
And I make us say it doesn't follow an order. Okay. So the speaker's judgment has been brought into question.
Absolutely.
That's the point.
And then it's for division.
And in that,
yes,
exercising that division, all members of parliament in the House,
yes,
must exercise their voting right. That's my understanding of it.
Okay.
And I support the idea, say, first deputy speaker, say second deputy speaker, to number we are, or to be sorry, Emma, first deputy speaker, so sorry, second deputy speaker, but classy. Now, no first deputy speaker, was sorry about the number, me, but so we won't yes, never. This is where I'm coming to.
Okay.
Again, the submission and surrender to law.
Okay.
One news hard in Yajina.
Ekosiisen On Asempa FM.
He fana voice no. Ekodane Ntokwa. That for the second or third time, you dare rise to go and attack the speaker's chair. Treason. And that's why I'm bringing in the marshals, the police security, and national security in the matter. Say, where were they? These were MPs supposed to be honorable who were behaving dishonorably. You deal with them. The law. Nobody's above it. Nobody. And our MPs must be told this. But you see, I'm not surprised what is going on. Mr. Speaker, is largely blamable for most of these things.
Which of the speakers?
Mr. Speaker, there's one Mr. Speaker.
Alban Sumana Bambo.
You see, he's telling you the truth. He's not a speaker.
Or a first deputy speaker.
He only presides as the speaker. But he doesn't, when he's even sitting, Bagbin was right. Say, or not one as speaker, no, yes, or Tiwa as speaker. But he's not clothed with all the powers. Because or no voting right. One say, Mamin Faunko Chikakra, committee level, no, this E-Leviton.
Yeah.
It has partly been accepted by Parliament.
At the committee level, yes.
And until the House rejects it, it has been accepted by the House.
But until the House approves, it cannot be.
No, please. I'm saying yes. Yes, it cannot be implemented by the executive until the House approves. But I'm saying that technically speaking, MPs too, until the plenary rejects what the committee has brought, it is deemed. Say, committee of the House idea too, no. It is the House. It's a working idea of the House. How then did it come to plenary?
No, sir, a stage. In the stage in the policy making process as still coming to the plenary.
And I may say, I didn't say that's why I agree with you, sir, that Obi
cannot be implemented.
That's why I agree with Obi, sir.
It cannot be implemented.
And I'm choosing my words carefully, sir. Technically, no, mo committee of the House. I just to say the Jumana Modisha yes, I know. Yakwajatum, and say mono when you are Yadjuna, Mumongu. Until some of the at this present stage, mo committee na jetum.
Plenary in 2 more. MA Act.
I didn't say. Did I use binding? I didn't. Oh, but
because who can say until say okay. But then enter okay. But so can say until say plenary rejecting Parliament adjustment enter sir.
Okay.
Me say Parliament adjustment partly. Because the committee is
okay, to make it simple, the Committee of Finance has approved it.
Thank you.
The stage it has gotten to the Parliament or the plenary would have to approve it before
it can become a working document.
It becomes a working document. Yeah.
Now, you know what happened at the committee level? There was a tie.
12-12 and a casting vote.
The chairman sitting there, no other chairman of the committee, no. Koko senior. Casting vote.
Yeah.
You see, and me person me draws how analogy no man who say when the first deputy speaker, it is not for nothing. And I will claim Article 96. Article 96 1 no. Or say there shall be 2 deputy speakers of parliament. Who shall be elected by members of parliament from among the members of parliament. And when the deputy speakers are presiding, they are presiding as committee chairs preside. That's my technical understanding of it. And no more casting vote, no. But he can't cast it when he is sitting. So he has to rise to cast it. If you have a problem with that interpretation Joe say we should give her, go to the Supreme Court and let it be thrown back to Parliament.
When or why?
Okay, I'm even interested in when.
When do you exercise the casting vote?
It is when the issue at hand has been put. Unless, but when were they to cast the vote? They were to cast the vote when the division had been called.
No, I think his question will be, say, what a casting vote not mean, say, a paya. That is where you the chair, then do the casting vote. You get it?
Exercise the casting vote when there is a tie.
When there is a tie.
In this case, was there a tie? Had they even finished?
They hadn't finished.
You see, so this is why we are bringing an interesting point. But if we follow argument now, you are coming back to support my argument.
Just tell her he can vote.
Yes, you are coming back to support my argument. Yes. No, but what you are saying is, Yan Kema Yan to Abadananya 137. And 137, new we are. Now, if you know, I decided, now if you say, okay, now I will rise to go and do that. I'm saying that you are coming to support. The American and I will do my farm so. But my argument is same pound in Yadrinia. Only in Yadri, the work with tea, problem from a teapot. And Satuto.
No.
I got fable, ne papa, and no can't betray. Was it during a debate? The first to throw a punch concedes that his ideas have given up. Why? Now, I was even surprised that majority for no MPs no be so did not exercise restraint and decided to go and
how do you know?
It's all about how do I know? Say, they could, and if they did that, they will go scot-free. Now, Joseph was no one sir. Obi, share, we need to bonnet for ya, dear. Bible crack, I'll say me bass or the bonnet for Jiwa and penny. I'm surprised that they did it. They couldn't also restrain themselves and decided to engage in that brawl. But don't fall before one tardy Abrausha Jaya. 1 year now would the at the Ja Edinechia, young who near Wabodam. So I blame and fault the majority side. MP someone more almost so HSC say Omukako Shield speaker no seat no. But it was not their duty.
Okay, so the marshal should have done that.
Absolutely. It is within the power of the marshals. MPs were omunche mi dentia marshals ya employ of you. Na marshal no qualification. The person must be either a colonel or something, a retired colonel or something in the army.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
The marshals no.
You check.
In the air no more here.
Who be say more here? Also I'm disappointed in our. They say it's an office with personnel, tooled and equipped. And I'm telling you that why I'm disappointed in national security outfit, and I'm calling on my good friend Honorable Kandapa, is that this is the 4th time, and you know the MPs who are misbehaving all the time. You know them. I don't want to mention them to dignify them. We see them, dishonorable people calling themselves honorables. Shame on you. And I'm going to say, I'm going to say, I didn't no. What we care about appointment of deputy speakers not to come from the way it is. Look, the Constitutional Review Commission under President Mills and under President Mahama. Here is a book. Obi.
Omo report.
Omo report, no, over 900 pages. Oko page 166. They consider the manner of appointment of the speaker and deputy speakers. I will just read the recommendation of the commission.
Yeah.
The commission recommends that the current provisions on the election of the speaker and deputy speakers be maintained. And Ukokai 3 pages 163 now, about the 65 now, they do an elaborate discussion of the recommendations received and all that.
And they say it should be maintained, say deputies no should be partisan.
Yes.
They should
from parties. But they should be from members
of parliament. Okay.
Imagine say Honorable Bagbe. And yes, now a member of parliament. Any MPs been speakers been only parliamentary experience, practice, speakership. Studies.
Yeah.
You can see a world of difference in between. And you say deputies no members if you want more. And I don't think say it frowns any law and tia emrebia. Now say obia to mranasia. Ada ne ko blemu mrano ne en twisa ni panaso. Ankwankwa na omu di sai nyamransem ni ensemunu no. Ada na yan twe omaso na mom friends emrano na yesi yensesa no. Obi me pese
be wrapping up for
me. Yeah, me pese me de we atwa to na me kase. Akronfompo. Thieves. There's honor. No thief steal from a thief. Unim we akronfo na ko bokro no if you yonko kronfo wa they will kill you. They will kill you. Even among thieves there is honor. How come? Na fia yesi ye nyam fie. Enyam eya hwase wo ho. The intine say amanwa ye na omamu hanmo no. Ye ma nkrofo animu nwase wo mo bone ene wo mo bosha wo mo fanya adwuma. People get away with murder in our politics. We don't punish people for dishonorable behavior. Na sempo akonfo a omudi bonimpo e won hihye ne nonyam sha omudi e kire se wo de obetumi ya drunie de eni se wo ye drunia na kampese ye ne ayese ye anonyamfo sane se ba no
Ekosiisen On Asempa.
The burden of democracy is total surrender and absolute adherence to the rule and principles of law. Anybody who speaks contrary to this is not fit to be in the house.
Many thanks, my brother. Fidelity to the law. Words of James Kwabena Bonfe and Mote. And no, you do that. You do that. You would have
because Ratri, he was Asante Law and Constitution. Okay, page 3898. No, okay, how burdensome it is, the lawmaking thing. Mamin Kanati, I say, the ancients who framed the native constitution, and indeed their modern descendants, almost up to the present day, were, as my readers must have observed, burdened with the weight of responsibility from which those who framed European laws and constitutions with which we are familiar might well have recoiled in hopeless despair. Is that what our MPs are doing?
James Kwabena we say, Obi, the marshals are protecting their jobs. They don't want to be seen to be taking sides. It's like your parents fighting. You cannot be a witness even if you have the fact of the conflict. That's an interesting one. We say, Obi, why is James Kwabena so concerned about Joe Wise's constituent but unconcerned about the people of SAR who have no representative in parliament? David. Same question must be forwarded to Joe Wise and Majority Leader H.M. Sabonsu. To cut a long story short, this is the worst government in the history of the Fourth Republic. Papa Bisiu here in Accra. This one says, Obi, if the lawmakers cannot make laws to check these unparliamentary behavior, then our parliament risks becoming a house of thuggery instead of debate and sound argument. The minority must redeem itself from this notoriety. And Mr. Kwabena has spoken to the heart of the issues. This is what we need from citizens of our nation. God bless him abundantly for his wisdom. Obi, good evening. Tell Kabila he cannot know the parliament more than the parliamentarians, so he should stop casting aspersions in there. If Joe Wise was conscious not to take part in the voice vote in deciding on the case, how come he now wanted to vote? It was his actions that brought about all these shameful occurrences. Lucas is in Koforidia. Obi, good afternoon. Please tell Kabila, my brother, that he should stop distorting the rules and the standing orders. When on earth does a presiding member has a where on earth, okay, does a presiding member has a vote? If he wants to vote, he should relinquish his speakership. How can someone who called for a voice vote and then partake in the confirmation of the voice vote? Look, if the democracy doesn't work, we are all losers. Let's call a spade a spade. Ghana is not the only parliament where there has been scuffles. Stop what you're doing, my friend. Kabila, you are wrong on this. It is not approved. Okay, I think it's on the committee giving approval. With the chairman, Adekoka.
Agree, let me agree. Tell him that I miss him. I miss him. Is he still abroad?
I should think so. And the chairman of the quick can do it. But on a light note, the MPP must review its criteria for vying to become a parliamentary candidate to include fitness and stamina. No lightweight in parliament. Big ups to the Tema Central MP. Ifs Ninoy Norte. And right there. Okay. Where's the Obi? Strangely, the reportage is that the government isn't consulting enough, when we all know clearly that it is the opposition that has decided not to allow the government's policies to go through and want to decide how the country ought to be governed. Just because they have an almost equal number, it is the government that would be voted for, that will be voted on in 2024 and not the opposition. In any case, if it's true that the e-levy is a bad policy, as the opposition claims, they would have to let it pass so it will go against the government. But the fight they've put up at every point shows clearly that they know how beneficial it would be should it go through. Starsky is in New York in the US of A. Honorable Bequeen, baby, na answer na me pacho say o snitch number no NIA number no meje then I'm sure by the end of this year, going into January, I'm sure now employer in Tiawoka. O Tiawoka kwa now snitch deductions no way into me anye. Mestre we ni die mu ase utie me a. Court ne koye Ghana card ni bi uye wi a. Major Ghana card number with the snitch number. In here, papa. And there is a way to do it, a simple way to do it on your phone. Say, opesa wo major wo snitch number no NIA number na. Simply dial star 711 star 9 hash. Star 711 star 9 hash and follow the prompt. And as I call, yeah, star 711 star 9 hash. Star 711 star 9 hash. Please do the measure. O Ghana card number and o snitch number. And o be a Ghana Nibia, you have to do it. Ghana Nibia, you should do it. Once a way wawe juma, and as a way juma mo bia, we snitch contributions, you need to do this thing. Star 711 star 9 hash. Aha. Kabila, watch run ye no. Star 711 7 be amabiu.
Okay, hash.
Aha. 9 hash. 9 hash. Aha. In the star 711 star 9 hash. In the no. And then you follow the prompt. Now what me the emerge what the emerge two numbers in here, but you need one number. And if one number can do the work, why carry 2 cards? And that's the rationale behind this whole campaign. And please do the measure. So we measure, and even now person will check. He say indeed, or measure na go through. You can use the same number star 711 star 9 hash and select option 2 to check the status of your measures. Say BBA to me go through. Do this, especially over multimedia pressure HR for them, you know, because one year would be no more that one common number now. This month waketua e be delay. It delays so amimble mobia in the fear bibrina Jackson. Why are you? You've done yours. Chum na enye ne de. Na so be ye papa me pa cho cosnet office be a ben say open munsem atiana say call their toll free number 0800 110094. This is extremely important. Bronya imumbi na be shopping. Ebia wono nyame adom oti East Legon Hills. Opesa okoto ade o Melcom. Unhia se obeba krom. There is a huge Melcom branch East Legon Hills. Mo amonim Hampton Square. And this Melcom building is spread on over 15,000 square feet with thousands of items in there, all under one roof. A fully air conditioned, ample parking space. Ye Monday to Saturday 9 a.m. to 8 p.m. and Sundays 12 noon to 8 p.m. Melcom East Legon Hills. And what some na make we Melcom is indeed where Ghana shops. If I want Jim, ne bibi entimin kwe. Honorable Queen.
Yeah. Obi.
Sorry.
MP3.
Sorry. Incoming national organizer. And they are a national organizer hopeful.
I've told you. Ekosiisen On Asempa.
National organizer hopeful. Honorable Akwaba, where you factor me? Akwaba, bibi aboko there.
Nyame adom here. We are too much.
Yes, Honorable Daniel Ni Quartet Titles Glover and I'm telling you, Honorable Kwame Pacho Mayintio.
Obi Semedasi, na mafa kwenya nso brunya duawi ebia na menya kwenya metra ha biu. Me wishi Ghana fo nyina afihia titu na me manfo ewo apa West Achim adesu ne potem na me ba fomo na me ba bihia me ame party 4 NDC 4 ewo apa West Achim michia wo nyina my executives branches for ni ade nyina ne wo no mo a eto abama ye ne wo no ma eba be ka ho nyina no michia wo ama wo afihia pa. Let me take this opportunity man kasa makora yeah, Emmanuel Reynolds da kon hinesifo. Mse me mano e trinkwa. Me no ka say what me awie in the first degree or in the service.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's my nice boy.
That's nice.
And the Chibaso awie in St. Augustine's you say results are out we are expecting Legon or KUST to call Legon. And the programs are economics mass
University
oh, you should be able to be anti-trinkwa. nyame mo ho ban na ne aka nyina nso nyame nhyira so man ma na man kasa so me nhyira nyame e wo me bra for this year ne nyame ayama me personally me my enkasem I've gone through a lot personally.
Wow.
But me hwe niam afem nyina be this abrey. Na me da so tian komo hoden. I've always tried to be a strong person, but I do baby na nyame so be so mu. Me de nyame ase so kra me nkwam no ma me hoden. Be this abrey. Na enne yi love you hunsem sema ba me so menya bia me ye den. Me ka. Edi kan no ne me kan say ne leader honorable Ahmed oye wa parliament to me no any asema o kan no on company because yene ya country for ne kan yesi bibia ko kan papa enye credit edi kan no I condemn unreservedly see your parliament no parliamentarian bi ni bia me nye bi say obepe say parliament o kan ana wa komuda no ye be hu ni ayehu ndie nyina wa sudi say nipa say be tua na mo say ye di kanfo say ye wo ho na yenkoye bibia emma papa no so koye de enkoye credit. And that is exactly what we are seeing today. Yaka emumra, yaka emu article 104, yaka standing orders. Ni abesi ndra yaka nyina echi no. Edupa bi na se yanka no krese oman. Na ne esi yaka nanim no yanka nanim kanea, sa ne me bekoso. Ye wo memu ha. Ye hu se first speaker yaka no asemi. Obo se wusu. Otra parliament admit motion. A man did a motion or admit ye or allow for debate. Pepper, me senior never hey. Me titles never hey.
Asempa FM.
It never happens. You, the speaker of parliament, then who tell your speaker, you admit someone's motion, you allow for secondments, you allow for motions. Never ria what jampu abema by ruling. Or yes, I didn't know was answering. Obianka me be answering. Obia ye betra ha ebe nante ho saa wo Ghana ha ye ntumi anka ntre ne se nia wo ye no kwaku frumpon da che wo dia sembeba nia ye hu ya ye ka so original vote so what friend say casting vote who was presiding at the time of the incident at the time that the question was put who was presiding and you know presiding referee a ugina match mu a wudi when the match now makodu be ebo penalty so penalty dey do ntia say me ko fami just team we kura kotoko na me support wo what be that we grow so
no way any referee or a player of one of the teams
wo per position now with the man say unya kotena sa position no so na ye ka asem a uni akwanya sa ubobi sa na man tre enutino at the time that question was put would you to say nka dey your voice vote no when one ka say one ka ye one can first be. A vote was put whilst you were presiding. When I would tear gum and I said, and I'm running to say, what tear gum? Won't be what in a gum? I did the first offense saying voice vote now. Yeah, no. Who make a rule? And I'm not making ruling on that. So that decision was based on the ruling of Oseusu. We see 9. Now so is a mikotoba. Me can no crow my way. If the law is or say what you go more, whether you are deputy or see, even if you are a member, and there can be instances where a member can be elected to sit in the chair. So let's take the argument from there. You are now the first deputy speaker of parliament presiding, and the issue has taken. You put you were the person presiding. I don't know who was quite out to a benibia. I don't know voice what one guy you'll be out. I don't know, one can be. Oh, yeah, now who make it ruling. You are the referee. You made the ruling for the yes votes and will be challenging here. Man, let's take the argument from here. You made the ruling after the yes and no votes. Now the man yes for no and will be challenging here. Your co-decision now. First, put to be before the counting, then at that point you want to say, "Me sorry, I got to be." Many say, "Yeah, what continue?" Any young can cry and chewa and never see any. And where is the mistake of the minority? Yes, you see, Yenina, but the miracle minimum Kabila Yadrin. Ninchim no chim Yadrin.
And interpretation, the Obia one. That's why the Supreme Court is seized with the ultimate power to
say you're no cano. And not to the Supreme Court, a do baby or say Parliament. Mankasa Munkonko mobile loss of my day. And Yajuma.
Ekosiisen On Asempa.
Nipana mobile loss of offense and standing orders. No, what busso? Ah, and you solve the first of Ghana. 50 brothers, you are busso. And it won't mean justify that. Say no, yeah, no. When they were waiting, Yasabe Trasina, Yasabe Blemus, Mr. Honorable Bagwin. Ah, Obi and him say they were there waiting for Ajof Asafu to come. Obi and him. What's our Chaya from 10 o'clock? Mama Uncle Tanasia. Because more majority from Yamuye, Satam Namon soon. Machaya customer, Honorable Jasafu Baye, Satam no Nippon so, Seuntiaponok, and the Monkano. You're not telling the people what happened. Now I bet you wouldn't him say the rule. First figure, this is the second time I tell you yes, I know. If we have any blame to blame, we should go and blame. Can offense saying make a command kennel class, so he's not a kennel one. Oh, first figure, what's your that's what the law says, and man say.
But again, and I think I asked Honorable Ibrahim this question, sir. When the speaker sits, be it the main speaker or any of the deputies. Interpreting the standing orders is in his bosom. In the unknown interpretation of the standing orders at that material time holds sway.
Was he interpreting? Was it by action or by words? What he did was his interpretation by action or by words?
No, but he sounded that warning even before, sir.
Thank you.
The record should show, sir. He would wake up and go and vote.
The biasness of what he did. Oh, I am telling you. I am because let me say it. What's your communion? Emran say. As the presiding member, when there is such a decision, you don't have a vote. What presiding?
Wow, presiding.
Wow, presiding.
Yeah.
Now what nasi? When you are the question now, when I would do two, when I will be sassy, will be unchained, what share dream? I can say you are the presiding speaker who called for the yes vote. What is he the presiding speaker for? Who called for the yes vote? Was he part of the yes vote?
No.
Now, if you are there now, one challenging the yes vote, going into decision, and what one say, oh yeah, MP offense, how do you call it?
MP for
your friends in the group.
Bekwai.
And yes vote in the number for the one. Was he not representing the Bekwai people when he called for the yes
division vote? Is to count number of people that can.
The division is an appeal on the voice vote.
Okay.
The division is an appeal on the voice vote. Okay. So it's a procedural continuation. And you have started the You called the vote. You were the officer presiding. One sorry, he called the vote. No, be challenging the outcome of the vote. And he started with the procedure.
Yeah.
Because by me, I watched everything. Whilst they were calling the majority people in, as the count goes on, now you want to change. Because it was one and did that. Until I saw Konume so call your day, no account house, or say, vote me chance your to be. The one year cancel. And then I drew a Konuma woman and Konum. Was it fair? Minion, was it fair? So we did not park so. Watch ya, may I bob no finals. Edu penalties. Go ya shanon kan edu penalties be first massa. Me a team crown no be anim some 20. Obi ba je na me ko bom de ahim. Ah massa, asana ne ya kan wa no. Menya kabila. Books na mu kra ni nyina no. Let's be fair to the system. Ni omu ye no we condemn it and Ghana democracy must thrive. Ye nyina jitum sa. But me nuanom, this MPP government and the parliament they must learn to do the right thing.
Asempa FM.
Ntokwana eko bani nyina emfata Ghana parliament ye jitum. Nia Minia Ahmed Kanya na oyanjini ntum say minia no also anyway minia Kabila is entitled to his views anyway. So we jai no ba ko we jai ni over 10 years anyadwuma. Nti we jai no and there's an issue at stake. Such as say anytime biano if we try to condemn the action of the minority we must also see back, say, these are people who represent about almost half of the population of this country. 100.
Oh, which one? No,
oh, man, make a statement here.
Call out only the minority.
But
majority
majority
who went
titles
were question on Monso. I'm speaking for the minority. I think it's fair. It's fair.
Many titles bar or majority for
no, he questioned majority.
Titles is here to
for reacting the way they
I'm speaking to that of the minority. You see, the actions now one more yet here, papa, why you 1, why you 2, why you 3, and it's to do with the appropriation has been passed. What passed appropriation on one can.
Yeah.
Now the report of the finance committee is in parliament. If that report goes out, Unja never could do vampire. Young cats won't to come. But he on him say, if he's allowed to do that now, he succeeded in doing whatever he wanted
to do. In more rules of engagement, no, there is no way to overturn it.
So far, there's nothing. We Michael Quay, no, you're good at that. Oh, Bulino, Connie, baby. Sorry, a vote and proceed this morning. But in decisions, be said, no, over 10. So, over 10.
Yes.
But we know when it is passed that a bill that is being opposed, or abuse the procedural a year, you never take that decision. So it needs to be questioned. Yeah, man,
Asempa FM.
Such as at a fair grounds, yeba tuaba. Let's say honorable speaker, but we better go no mu tuaba, no mu jitum nya 138 now. Nobody can question it. 138, 137. Obi a ntumi nya dey en question na samasa. Na umunim. Nko metu akosi 10 o'clock. No one transit. You see, let it fairly be done. Na say me dey anyhow. A year some consultation. One koye mu can fias in what they are doing it. You see, this they're not being fair
on
to the people. Would tia bontinya dinina. Obian him say this e-levy. As I obim say taxation. You to VAT. We pay VAT on what we purchase, both it being service and products. But this service, this e-levy, is taxing the mode of payment. We are taxing the mode of payment or the mode of transfer. The mode is what we are taxing. I know what say 1.75 and a year can for Paso. We call almost started of finance committee. Almost 12. Our chairman of casting vote, and decide Obi challenge. What in talk about no move on the plenary because emrana eden aye adwuma mu nyina mu si no wo nyina say yes won abeto awie no mo wini obi ankasa. But when you want to bend the rules, this is the same person bending the rule one, the first time, the second time. Why? The honorable speaker, I'm very shocked about what the federal speaker is doing. Because you are a master on your own, but where there is a standing order on an issue regarding decisions, and it's not fair. Enough into to call it there. But I don't think minority. So don't blame the Speaker of Parliament because he sat down per understand they know they were supposed to sit by 10 o'clock. And son of one abesi. First the Speaker of Transi. Over trans no. So when him say wanted someone, so they've lost it. That's what the law says. According to Tyre, the motion is deemed to have been lost.
Yeah.
That's what the standing order says. And don't jump into it. And only you should have waited. Because time of Babin Bede. That's a go to me. Jenny, the house. You adjourn the house to wait for the Speaker of Parliament. That's Honorable Babin to come. But when you sit in the chair, you must do the right. You don't do what you did. Now that will be you. When you're down on your show. Not netos me penny con next time I'll be a no be able peg. Negosi and yet we must ask the first deputy speaker of parliament the reason why he did that. Abusing the standing orders, abusing the rules, abusing the procedures of parliament. First, second, and now of course why you do. It is so Ntokobi Kosi ya although they are honorable members now, they represent parties and ye anko ye na enamo no wamana day amana. So we put the blame squarely at the doorsteps of Honorable Oseusu.
Very well. Inti Honorable Bequin and Etienne and Kano, his views on what happened in the chamber yesterday. Ma afeyenti the views of another former member of parliament. This time, the former MP for Tema East constituency, Daniel Nikwate Titus Glover. Honorable Andra, watching the scenes from home. Not Wafi chamber.
Philip Osebunso.
Honorable.
Mema wuti for nyina jo. Anyone kasa. Any menu Kabila, any be colleague, Honorable Bequin. Na me bana na miti Kabila or my down memory lane. Nyami any edin ye. Sabi nye nyina ni yefsha afia na sia. Yanya nkwanyeta yete hei. Na yesre nyami bonifache. Se onso yemuse ya non kanyembom se ganamba. Na Ibrana or memory lane in the days of Pyramid House.
On Asempa. I said you say, I pen one say. Nobody don't be na say own cafe bash. I gave him the list. And I remember me about Francis Bature.
And this NDC news editor was a Kobe Fiagbe. And the
presenter be Shasi or Chufi.
Kennedy started.
Okay. I
But be after Ken. After Kalala then Kennedy then Kababa. And the Yabedanya Miase. And for Mamifa Quenya Wesu Nameda national executives, regional constituency, special wings for a very successful conference. I call it. Na Ejumani Yashasi and the love and enthusiasm is there. And the message Chiame coordinators across the 16 regions. Omobwa say Nyamiya Duma Yibikwanya national organizer no delegates but to their mommy na mabesum party no. Question now be no.
Ekosiise On Asempa FM.
It's shameful, totally needless, that chaotic, disgraceful act minority for sure. I thought the Honorable Bequin will just eat his humble pie. The actions in this for year was shameful, was needless. Why?
It takes two to tango.
Please, Mimbajeng, Natri. Asembenaba. On the early morning of 7th of January, all the problems were started by the minority. After a minute past, say, "Yendisavu 7 Parliament." Namu we decaying. Akotran the seat baby a majority for no etino. Enye ntoko na openo. Omankasa. Eno mkotra bibi mutrae because there was a preconceived nyompe somuye. Eno mkotra. Ichire Ashama MP Yatu Abama Sako Jina noble people of Ashama constituency. Na oja ejuma to na ukoye marshal ejuma eko tree speaker konya. Or the coin Ashama alone. Is that the duty that they voted for him to go and do?
Asempa FM.
As at the new meeting, honorable majority leader. Or see 10 o'clock now finance committee for I was someone transeno. Ebrana Amede Kasano. I was expecting to say they were in the caucus meeting that delayed the proceedings.
Of the finance committee.
The finance committee was almost at 10 o'clock.
But now minority members know what
they were in the meeting, caucus meeting. So it dragged the meeting of the finance committee.
He was not
speaking the truth.
Dishonorable conduct.
So the majority leader have to engage the speaker. So Sreno, a Jumana finance committee for was as a 10. Minority for no ever caucus meeting. And so sure, about 2 hours. Said to me, I call ask for that timer. Said they are almost by 12 almost me. But as at 12, you know way meeting here. So it dragged. Eventually, finance committee share. Sa to be ya no mu ye wo committee level. So they have to cast a ballot. So the chairman eventually have to come in to decide on the decision of the finance committee on the e-levy. And the meaning on number kwe ya drink say committee report here ready at the plenary. I may be discuss. You give 2 more before it becomes binding as a parliamentary saying report or whatever we call it. But as at that time at the committee level there was a tie. So Honorable Kweku I think have to cast his ballot for a decisive decision to be taken. What the NDC is doing is their strategy to make Nanado's government unpopular. Finito. All that they are doing is to make this government unpopular, make this country ungovernable. That is their strategy. To please your mama or to please who? This is what they are doing. Nagana for me catch them when the strategy of the NDC is to make Nanado's government unpopular. That is what they are doing. That is what they are doing. But say you to about
Ekosiisen On Asempa FM.
Sonkro mashebedwem. In the Westminster system, the speaker is not a member of parliament. Therefore, he hasn't got the voting right at any time. So it made to say there's a decision for him to take another time bar so we're casting the ballot be. But who call the presidential system? Who call American idea? Some of the speakers are members. Are we saying that they don't have that right? Is that what we are saying?
Nancy Pelosi.
Is that what we are saying? In the Westminster system, the speaker is not a member of parliament. And is a made to crucially say was here to a bar. He cannot. Honorable Joseph Osewusu represent the people of Bekwai. They voted for him.
To give them a voice.
They voted for him. And so and voting is part of the parliamentary business. For Christ's sake. And the minority for a catcher and say, a made so yeah, because he's presiding. Yes, when you are presiding, you will not. But you have the opportunity to take out, get out, and come back and cast a ballot and go back.
Ekosiisen On Asempa FM.
So you want to show your what? This conduct at the floor? It's here for Misramu pa. If you think the e-levy is bad, like Abila said, like a texter said, let it run and let the people judge. But because they know, and you are the same people who will be crying, sitting on a high horse. Say mo crying ye, musuku dan ye, ye ni way. Ye go first can you feel? Musi busane ye jiano adosu dodo. Insiune kaunu adosu dodo. And the Sikana Yetuano, Yabusana Yadi Musudia Kamu. Diamuaja, Edi, Nabona, you are with Tomipo. You wanted that, no?
Yes.
And only Yetiamuka. We are paying part of your debts. You say we shouldn't go for it. Obi, when you look at domestic revenue mobilization to our GDP, it's 30%. In the sub-regional standard, it's 20%. How can we develop this country? How? Which country do you see? My woman, you fat to enfa chichiromai. O my ben.
Ekosiisen On Asempa.
O man ben and the enfa to and chichiromai. So if you are making issues, percentage was zero and the yensu, then you are making some logical or reasonable arguments on it. But Kabila made a statement. Or see, when you lose the arguments, that's why you begin to throw blows. I can for me and granny this year. Yes, a funu, a kunu funwa, not Dania Kika. Sakunu funwa, not Dania Kika. Who told you that Osawusi cannot go and cannot take off his clothes? Coat no shano no metwaba. Who told you that? Which part of all the steps is that? On me where? Who? On me in the standing orders. Say as a member of parliament he cannot cast the ballot. The 104 say you have 138 members, one half of the house to take a decision, and in that decision, majority of them, it can be 80, it can be 90, it can be 70. Some can even abstain. Some can even vote against it. But our culture will say, don't forget, say, me represent the people of the choir. And the Ashina Mokoya no Muslim media will move.
Asempa FM.
And the Chireswa, Misuma Tubi, Minejeve, Monibena. Then you see minority members of parliament will wake up from their seats and rush to the speaker. What are we doing in this country? They should know. If anything untoward happens, the first place to be dissolved is parliament. We are not calling for any useless soldier to pick any arms to come and misbehave. No, we will not even go there. But it's parliament that will dissolve first. So there's nobody in the minority who can speak to them. Will be abrogated, will be thrown out.
And our rights, our citizens will be taken away.
So nobody.
Abrogation of parliament.
Minority from the they are doing this to please your mama. I'm saying it, and it's factual. They are doing this to prepare your mama or what? He himself, he must find a way to speak to his people. Impression be created say the majority is not engaging. And pay me tea on Chairman Samboso on one of our platforms. How see they engage? He has been a minority leader before. I was there in the 6th Parliament.
On Asempa FM.
Mr. Speaker Bagbin, when he was the majority leader, there was no one single time, one, welfare minority for the movement transit to even discuss the way forward of this country and Parliament. Not once. Onu free hono, and I mean majority leader, Honorable Benjamin Kumbo, Onusubaye, not once. But in the 7th Parliament, even with a 169 majority, President Nanando continuously tells Chairman Sir and his colleagues in the 7th Parliament to engage the minority people, to continue to engage them. Last week was the last 2 weeks I bahano. Ebrana Finance Minister Edin the pleadings for. Once I'll say President Kasa, he should engage, he should incorporate the views of the minority. No, he engaged them as a minister for parliamentary affairs. He continuously engaged them. But we think that throwing blows, disgracing us, is that going to solve the problem? No. The mama ferry. The minority for no ma ferry. And my brother, don't applaud what our colleagues did. Call a spade and not a big spoon. That because or can't say or no super to abani binti or sorry and to make kukumo study from Horno. What is this? I thought these things happen in the Asian parliaments, Ugandan parliament, not the idea. But Ghana, where people travel and come here to come and learn from us, and they see us behaving like this, particularly from the angle of the minority. I'm sad. Obi, I'm totally disappointed and sad of the behavior of the minority. But I'm saying, me catch a Ghana.
Why the minority?
Yes, I'm saying it because we saw almost see the fact say Otine Jomua, who is presiding, he has no right to get up to come and cast his ballot. Yes. That is the problem. They should tell me in the standing orders. That tells me that any member of parliament, when you are sitting, you cannot get up and come and cast your ballot. They should tell me. They should tell me. So you should deny the people of Bekwai their rights. Is that what they are saying? You are sitting there, you have all cast your ballot because you are MPs representing your respective constituencies. Because he's presiding and he's getting out, take his medication to enable him also to cast the ballot. But I'm happy somebody has taken this matter to court. The Supreme Court should try and help us and make a determination on this matter as soon as possible so that we can bring a finality to this mess. What did Obedi court?
No,
like about the interpretation
whether when sitting. So I think Richard Delaskai versus the Attorney General.
Speaker decision.
No, two. One, the decision to approve the budget without the required number in the constitution. I know you're one. And the decision the
decision to reject. That's what they purported to do.
Yeah, the decision to reject without the required number. I know your first one. Yeah. And a second one, the decision to rescind the earlier decision taken by Parliament. Okay. I know, so another one. And I think in the relief they were seeking in the second one, a woman said whether a member presiding can vote. All those details now.
So long as you're a member of Parliament and you are presiding, you can come back and come and vote. So in conclusion, what I can say is that the conduct of the minority, for me, it's quite needless, totally needless. And somebody should speak to them. They have elders in their party. The Kwame people, Honorable Idrisu.
Yeah.
You know, the elders, they should speak to the people. What they are doing, they want to make this country ungovernable. That's what they are doing. That is what they are doing, to make Nanado's government unpopular. But Ghanaians are wise. They can see the politics that they are playing in Parliament. Who told you that what they are doing is in the interest of their people? Who told you that? Who told you that? Because of ye levy and they know what they are doing. They know what they are doing. They really want to frustrate Akufo-Addo's government. But I can tell you, Nanado will triumph. MPP will triumph. We will continue to soldier around and develop this country. So long as Nyankomo Manunkwa any the wisdom. By Nyame we say and the Muyero. Must say when I'm on the Baba Power.
Asempa FM.
When Yama we tantan we. And boy,
Daniel,
I have always advocated for consensus building.
Consensus building.
And from our side, from what I listened to Chairman, he has been doing it. So why bend on say chin was at the young bring? No Madibo.
Natri. Titus Glover, Daniel Nikwate, a candidate, former MP for Etama East constituency. Ekosiisen, I've gotten lots and lots of your messages. Obi, there is one thing we must all pray against: bitterness. Bitterness can take over your mind and soul. In his thank you address to his party people, President Mahama admitted that the defeat was a bitter loss. Obi, the NDC is too bitter. Losing the elections twice to the man they said will never be president has made them extremely bitter. As a result, they are resolved to make the country ungovernable, and they are doing just that. Kofi Tonto and Odiwe Aba Obi question: why are the MPs allegedly with dual citizenship still in Parliament? Do you know? Thank you. Until unfortunately, I don't know. What I know is that the cases are in court. Obi, the Speaker of the British Parliament, is a Labour member of Parliament, Chairman Ade Koka, where he said, Obi, kindly let Titus know that the Right Honourable Speaker Bagben was made the Speaker of Parliament by an NPP MP. And Honourable Sam George again reiterated the fact yesterday that if they conduct a secret voting, they are aware 2 or 3 NPP MPs who would vote for them, the minority. So maybe the NPP majority are not that united after all. Dr. Dakwa Ewo DC. Adekoka na Obeba. Yentie we mrayaba will wrap up and get out of the studio. Stay with us. Ekosiisen Suni.
That was so macho, Madi, Mira. Piana Udisa. Hey, na malaria na fahia mutu awaria momonia jisano.
Asempa FM.
Mesha ewo malaria ent na yeso nchew. Ye kwa ye test ebi mu pe enyenum adum malaria mixture. Eni gina malaria body weakness yo tiredness yo hwim ye nyina ho atoye ntam kura. Na adum natural tonic a esisi he nso ye. Adum natural tonic nso. Ye num to ye a ye ntimi nidie. Eno na yanum bi edidi a ye ho tayen sa no. Adum natural tonic. Menya ni na mentimi die menum bie bono me taisa mo ho ayefe pa ene ya mepe biato ni nyina apemfo abatan ya wo mo manufo ne kwada wo ni fie dunsi anka ho e wo pharmacies chemical ne herbal shops dodo a ko dependable herbal home Medina New Road Greenhouse anane branch e waka so opposite there to International School 024 2223 555 FDA ahwehwe sa ejedi nkrato emu age atum se eye
Franco Bronya Chedia promo. Franco Trading Enterprise Bronya we or running a special promotion. A Franco Bronya Chedia promo. Ghana ha baby bia benya mobile phones papa. Mobile phone accessory. Ni home electronic appliances. Afibia say your no. On Christmas promo no. Ashase. Every Monday 20th December. Kopim sa fibe ko na wiye no. To iPhone, Samsung, Nokia, phone brand bia. And our smart TVs 32 to 55 inch. Tabletop fridges. Franco air conditioners. Every 1.5 horsepower to 2.5 horsepower. And now mobile phone accessory bia free Franco Trading Enterprise. Shopper. Our Ghana fana baby our toadia. No I Bronya Chedie. Frey 0246 422 338 and at 0555 939311. Download the Franco Trading app no to phone so free Google Play Store and now log on to francotrading.com. Franco Trading Enterprise Ghana for Gina Fishapa.
Tyler Juma yefo biara ahonwa ne say openye ni tile cement ho mfaso. The same thing na Tylers ani adansifo ekanfo Weber tile cement abrebia. Wonim say Weber tile cement ekita global standard na ejumeko Weber Ghana eyewo oman. Wonim say Weber tile cement yesronko. Chemicals ni anwoni no ewo munti. Ye wo hia ni nsu a wo de beka afra. Wo hia cement fufuru bia bio. Wonim say Weber tile cement achiye eche na emu so twetan. Enti eba no edan ho ana abonten so tile ndia. Weber tile cement edanso na ne bo so nya dinkra. Ye total no ye ni ato ne prekopedia. Nay, Weber tile cement. Yo baby Ceramica, Interstyle Ceramics, Esojaman, Skyview, Marti, Atala, Tagore, Koforidua, Cantamanto, Freying 055 648 6342.
Weber, we care.
Charlie, if I get some 500 Ghana, see this guy, some profit and loss accounting balance, Anna. I want to see if I have enough cash for my dream TCL TV. Kwesi, what if I tell you TCL is giving you an early Christmas present with an unbelievable discount of 30%? My friend, stop the joke. It is true, Kwesi. From 1st November to 31st December 2021, TCL gives you 30% on all TVs, air conditioners, washing machines, soundbars, routers, modems, and phones. Meaning I can afford to buy my dream TCL TV this early. Visit any TCL showroom for this offer. No, store.tclghana.com is the only online sales outlet for TCL. You can also call us on 0596 913 298 TCL.
Hey, you're the up and coming landlord. Who died yes where you?
Kwame, I done me you. I can roofing and a ceiling. Na me contract anon so say. Me feni na enko dan rocksters. Won so wo kromo pan. Wo dwen ho sen.
The contract and won nim ne ekọ. Ghana ha de e ba no quality metal trusses, roofing sheets, plasterboard and POP ceiling dia. Aye rocksters. Enfie bebre ni na rocksters. Ade roofing sheet papa ne ho aka de asum Ghana for.
Enka ye say ya no mu die nso ebo.
Eni adufudi achi na nkoto ade bone ne Sundachi. Fre 0544 338041. Say metal trusses, roofing sheet, plasterboard and POP ceiling dia. Fre rocksters na won twa.
Hi,
Asempa FM.
On average, 250,000 people die on the road in Africa each year. This breaks my heart, knowing that so many deaths could have been avoided. Remember, no person is too big or too small to avoid the effects of alcohol. Just one drink can increase the risk of serious crash. Once it's in your blood system, the only remedy is time. Short-term remedies such as coffee, cold showers, or energy drinks don't help. If you need to travel after a drink, be responsible. Take a taxi or public transport, or just stay where you are. Follow these safe steps and help save lives. We all have a role to play in road safety. Together, let's make Africa's road safer.
This announcement is brought to you by the Prudence Foundation in partnership with the FIA Action for Road Safety, Prudential Life Insurance Ghana, and the Didier Drogba Foundation.
Hey, it's me pad and me kita mi amike. Ecobank, me damase.
Shy, cow than you. Oh, say Ecobank, yeah, cruising.
Once you bet me a cruise, one casa okay. Esani Ecobank Auto Finance Package inti. Koyen card dealers a who do PI no 1 year juma baby. Ye ka da wakumaso. Say a new car, say yes second hand. Why your mouse special discounts. Ecobank side and she share pabe boa with your car no kenyina. Your mount interest rate and from cry, ebe bring when so. Oh, so when your accounts work bank and money how cry. Sa kwenye da homo bia. NTN so saka no da keke. Abebwe wi. Preto free 0800 003 225. Anasa ko Ecobank nkrabata bebia na busa Ecobank Auto Finance Package. Esi kakra wo ho. Ecobank, the Pan-African Bank.
PG I am from a jar and hotse nanso se ehho beti ama wo agi se wo de adi dwuma yi ansa na wo beso wo gya no hwea na hwe se mframaja ho nka biara enje ho se wo te mframaja ho pampa na buebue apono ne mpoma no nyina eba ne saa a menso ana menum biara edi enyina mahoden eye adwuma dundum eja biara a waso wo ho na frɛ onimdifo mano mmehwɛ mawo fa semina nsuogu mframaja tontruwa no ano se wo hu ahuro a na kyerɛ se etue ampa ta ehwɛ se roban na etwe mframaja no hu ntue na ta isesa roban no acha preko mfie mienu biara echi hwɛ se abri biara wo besoja no wo bepa wo matches ansa na waso wo stove hwɛ se mframaja ne ho asɔde no adum abri biara wo mfandi dwuma biara nkratoɔ yi efri National Petroleum Authority aswe
One expert. Mini open beta trading na kese wo de no ani 1xbet. Call your website no so 1xbet.com.gh. Ana download the app no. Na feature bet how much me di no boom kokokra. Use promo code 233GH na give you 200% bonus. Edru 1,600 Ghana cedi. 1xbet. Bet ya bribia. Gambling ho atru ti twa ne wa hwe yi. Enya ma wa wundi mfie du what. Gaming Commissioner Jinka to we atum.
Adum TV 9 lessons and Carol. Your favorite Kuma would start. I would walk. Hey, yes, I want to win you to the come. One day, baby, yes. Why the man? And one day, yes, Papa yourself. Me a better nothing so. Jai, Meshia catcher. Yes, star. And some Colorado. The big talent show contestants. Piazza Memorial Youth Choir. And it's surprise, baby. My share. And the 24th December, our National Theatre. Ghana pa no have 2 shows. First show near 3 to 6 p.m. The second show near 8 to 11 p.m. Adum TV 9 lessons and Carol. Jumadie, Wafwa Omutaye Chine, Young Vita, ATL, Mako Power Scientific Herbal Clinic, Serene Insurance, Day by Day Men,
Asempa FM
Base, Maswa Herbal, Franco Trading Enterprise, Mikado Conference Center, Piccadilly at 65, Aseda Fabrics, Infavi from Big Baron Pharmacy, Medfab Roofing System, Ederic Limited, Keep Fit Natural Mineral Water, Valido Spices, Ayula's Gripe Water, Hima Royal Rice, and a Nick Charles Skin Care.
That was so ne macho medi niwra ya na udi sa na malaria na fa hia mutu aware amomoni agisa no
Adum malakio mesha ewo hoi malaria ent na yeso nchew
ye kwa ye test bi wo mu pe enyenum adum malakio mixture eni gina malaria body weakness yo tiredness yo hwim ye nyina ho atoye ntam kura na adum natural tonic a esisi ha yisu ye
Adum natural tonic nso yenum to ye a yentimi nidie eno na yanum bi edidi a ye ho tan yensa no
Adum natural tonic minya ni na mentimi nidie menum bie bono me taisa mo ho ayefe pa ene ya mepe biato ni nyina apemfo abatan ya wo mo manufo ne nkwada woni fie dunsia nka ho e wo pharmacies chemical and herbal shops dodo a ko dependable herbal home Medina New Road Greenhouse anane branch e waka so opposite there to international school 024 2223 555
FDA ahwehwe sa ejedi nkrato emu agi atum se eye
Asempa, Upa Asempa tia, Utuni radio Upa Odem 94.7. Asempa FM, oh yeah, do papa. Asempa FM, everywhere you are. Asempa FM, everywhere you go. Asempa, hey, Asempa, hey. All talk all day.
94.7 all talk all day. Asempa FM Suni. Jumedia wasugusu wuti efene Ekosiisen midi ndi yosaibon. So make us honorable Bequeen Ewaha, former MP Upper West Akim Adeso. Sanso and the honorable Daniel Ni Kwate Titus Glover, former MP Tema East constituency, and a James Kwabena Bonfe, a managing editor, the National Forum. newspaper. In Benifom, me and saying anyone AD and Como, and we are focused. The whole of today has been on what happened in Parliament because of the critical nature of the Legislative Assembly to our democracy. In the BBA Parliament,
on Asempa,
right? And especially so when the event seek to denigrate the standing of Parliament in our political and our democratic establishment, and that's why we've paid so much attention to the happenings in Parliament. And James, messing about as we wrap up, or any other business,
well, Obi, I tell Minya Samijamfi Asemna or say what they are called.
Yes.
Me friends application in detail, but the matter or challenge executive and as a president and Ghana Health Service any minister no say ye ubi free amanone ba na onwo pane ni bia from now on no the instrumental
the application for the
no I'm talking about
fundamental human rights.
Yes, but I'm talking about instrument directive now. A
declaration that the impugned directives of the respondent breach or threaten to breach the applicant's fundamental human right as enshrined under Article 21(1)(g) of the 1992 Constitution. He again says a declaration that the impugned directives of the respondent violated Section 2(1) of the Imposition of Restrictions Act 2020, and that the directive of the respondent contravened the guidelines of the Food and Drugs Authority Ghana on the administration of emergency use authorized medical product, and same are unreasonable. A declaration that the directive of the respondent contravened the guidelines of the World Health Organization regarding proof of COVID-19 vaccination for international travelers, and that same is unreasonable. There are 3 or 4 other declarations.
Okay, so Public Health Act now. Many professionals be within the health sector, Akasa. And when it comes to the canons of interpretation now, even the Supreme Court sometimes will defer under the canon of deference to the agency, or more special to all mono, depending on the nature of the case. COVID-19 in the first place, any normal situation. And many say, there is no nation in the world. No nation in the world, and a woman Food and Drugs Authority or a comparative agency, approval for vaccines. They are acting on emergencies. Even the US, UK. So that's a fact. Because we're dealing with an emergency. Now we try the processor, approval no, a techie, and ya dakro busumin vacuum yenu, and process we take it and sana authority no food authority drugs and authority no omodema approval, but said they were there court no if you say emrano ebetre. I'm not too sure this one my late thinking
the forum
say whether high court now they kono the appropriate.
Okay, the first one I read was the Human Right Court.
Yes, but
and there is one of the High Court. I know application for judicial
High Court. I know say High Court.
Yeah, I know. But I was saying application for judicial review of the directive by the President of the Republic of Ghana, Ghana Health Service, and Ghana Airport Company, imposing restrictions on the freedom of movement pursuant to Order 55 of CI.
So that is a statutory application.
Yeah.
So fine, if it's a statutory application, fine. We will wait to see. But there not a sound interpretation.
It's a constitutional interpretation.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that lower court, the appropriate forum, sure. But no, an American for academic engagement, I agree with you. The test of the law, testing of the law at all times, it can be a developer law, no, it will be good news for students of the law. It mean kind of money, I wish you good luck. and said why would him know me and I'm an activist of a legal questioning. Say a bear side, but Obi, me person me kai me nua be kwan. Wa kan sem bi na mean expect to say a former member of parliament beka. There is nobody in parliament obiara ni parliamentar obeye bibia etia ye mra ye ntumi nsesa. Impo fie ni nyinara mra so be fie ni nyinara so oya ade na se oti na ne ye mra pon yi bo abra etimi twesan. And the parliament, even though I am master of its own rules, no, has no absolute powers to do as it pleases. Your parliament needs to me, no. And to call your mrapon, no, Article 2, Obi, I clear or say a person who alleges that an enactment or anything contained in or done under the authority of that or any other enactment, or B nunio, any act or omission of any person. In fact, the Supreme Court I interpret it as a person, could be organization, could be anybody, it could be a body such as Parliament. Is inconsistent with or is in contravention of a provision of this Constitution, may bring an action in the Supreme Court for declaration to that effect. Now, tier 2, no, that is Article 2, Clause 2. The Supreme Court shall, for the purpose of a declaration under Clause 1 of this article, make such orders and give such directions as it may consider appropriate for giving effect or enabling effect to be given to the declaration so made. 3. Any person or group of persons to whom an order or direction is addressed under Clause 2 of this article by the Supreme Court shall duly obey and carry out the terms of that order or direction. In fact, okay, 241, when I can say failure to obey or out on the terms of an order or direction made or given under Clause 2 of this article constitutes high crime under this Constitution and shall, in the case of the president or vice president, constitute a ground for removal from office. And the Parliament is not an absolute where they cannot be either stopped or stopped. Me, I went to Supreme Court to stop Parliament from carrying out an illegality in 2010 when they were going to carry out the STX agreement without presenting all the terms to the House. Because immediately, no, I'm going to withdraw it to render my case moot. I'm going to lay bills in properly. I'm going to go to the mesre say, as someone ye can't with them. Honorable the Queen, only me and Yadjini. Me no one Yadjini. O Casano, me trust ya would be a Asempa FM. Me MP. But me ti debate say. Me ti mrapon shisha say. Me ti rule shisha Ekosiisen dia ye adwuma mfie petepin ye say hano eye kasa eye atwenkyere enye nsatoto fie ho sa netie e free oman yinya fa hodie penso bedru ne sabi wo mo ho den chen MP somo sisi ya tena fie oda ya ntoto nsa enye yin kasa ntia sa de no se honorable Joe se usu ye bibi na etia mra fie ho mu won hihye mutumi fa so etc. mu. Now this is why I want to make this point. When Honorable Bagwin, the Speaker of Parliament, deliberately erred by purportedly seeking to reject a budget, the House corrected itself. So he Joe say who is Deputy Speaker, how much less him? So no ye mistake, you ain't been correct. The right Honorable Speaker crying from some ya tinwa. Or no need that be the chain or ya bonia yentimi entine no. You bet to me. And no be me we no.
Finally.
Oh, finally. I mean finally.
Yeah, finally.
Only Honorable Amede Kasano. Or confess yes say.
Ekosiisen On Asempa FM.
Honorable Bagbi Aircon. Na ntiase wo mu nyanya ne say. Ilevino. Omo babe approve. Ama oja na no the same. said ye jitum wia
sitting speaker and kind
man. Ahmed Nekai Onyame.
Yes.
Who today have challenged his leadership. And I don't think he's fit to lead that house. The membership, I'm questioning it.
That's your opinion?
Yes, it's my opinion. And I'm doing so per this constitution. Now, it is somewhere where you had my Article 97 now. Some of the MPs, some of them, they should vacate their seats. So this is parliament who are expelling the members. They ban sign and Asante say we na ye adwuma wie no. Speaker no call ye. Na first deputy speaker be preside ye no. Nsisa bae. Eno na wubusa no a wan ya no a odwane call ye no. The mesre nyina no say.
Okay.
Wo mo mrahye badwa fie ho no. Wo mo nkai se wo mu si omanfo anam. Enye wo mo tumi na wo mo dete ho. Na de wo mo ye bia no. A house of records at the whole train.
Let us say, Honorable Bequeen. Any other business?
I may say, a friend say, Many will be Medase. Many Kabila candidate be brea on him. Na Kabila de all cano, and in Tiasie, and not drink. And then your Becano, Nana yet, Nayano crack. Or cannot you know Kenano, or do I want to be any baby or Casa Elco? When we have numbers, say when they call for the change of the decision back when we made, they use the numbers. And when they knew they didn't have the numbers, they resorted to that sort of biased decisions. Into no can yeti. No can and can be and yet you might appear upon TBA. All I want to tell Ghanaians is say the minority in parliament, we are there to defend the laws, the procedures, and everything of parliament. And he's blaming the NDC minority. What about for ring more or contokape? What about for me? Ubefua, your marshals. One, like the security offense of the house. When the Ben Yako high MPP majority force say, Obi ba speaker table won't be defend because they are wanted to defend. To allow the second deputy speaker to sit so that the first deputy speaker will go and cast his vote. All that NDC is doing, all that the minority is doing is say, Nyamubi biano yen to mean shemu namu mufemra kwanso nyadei. Enye namu esan say the majority nim say nyamu yeno enko yenti edumria enko yenwa non person di bully tactics aye. The 11 na ye can momo tax na ye can once a month. And one that's what can say. A buy we or many more ye ding. And which year one minimum. Mo bamusi new tax tax. Dr. Bambiaka say, Momo de anything I uko tax momo and our hard drink. What Dr. Baumenekai? On no grounds no kind of position say. Your friend is say, I buy ye me have and or the tax the your mind. I want ye one bar. Fit taxation say ye to ako production that your mind and ye kan Dr. Baubi Baumiano day okay esin den ena tacos na eye MTN funo any other if we account nyina no won po ye de sika fa ho a omde 1% wa buy me halfo nyem na make am Dr. Baumiya aban me halfo say na do dan ko akufuado his excellency aban mo pese mo ko 1.75% if he is so any no it's the lazy man's approach by Dr. Baumiya, His Excellency Marifel. Now to be on my way woman all that we are saying is say who could be sanwa tina mafoka now we who be bia what me I order change and one me deba wo di ba wo ma ho chabo memu what you make no ametua me income tax eya na won to VAT ho VAT ukokoto ade uko service bia and you pay on it we dey me say me fa sa akwan so emfa me sika nko ya nkoto hwe you. The government must go and check the service providers, creating the platform for them to be able to work for because I'm pretty say be interoperability obi friend am pretty interoperability obi say obi friend am pretty and for me ho say dey be my friend you see some pretty say whatever na say offense organization be use the government abani wa kwenya biara say obe taxi that service na o use platform na aban create no edi adwuma na no dey sika ko fa ho de ni a me ko ne nche na give me 1% wo ba give me 1% and na yes say
okay
Ghana fo nyina kire say ne boarding ebe ya aban ne de eyinfuo na Dr. Mahomia say aban ni hafo no dina tax ko anso hwe ta aban we ya ka aban enye sika da bia meka me nyai kanta ko sama ile bi betwam aban we on 5 years and go and look at their tax revenue about tax revenue any other revenues make non-tax raking in over 220 billion.
Okay.
Not for friends and Bosia Kem. Most of the rate of a query of us, a Jebosian and Contem. Muya de Nea, Uber 2 Ghana Bosia were 122 billion. Mamma Su Minoke and over 341 billion. Shadam Devacam. Abaya onyeni hafu John Dramani Mahama buy no. Na your man penny kufuo. No abenya oil. John Mahama diniti kumu ebo muka. Ema yenya wells ni bika huwa. Mwa ye loki mu buy no. Na oil revenue. E shutu ko. Then amode ye. Ni nyina anso mu. Mo anso na muka se. Abaya we nimbe guase no. Omode bon sweni no. Exchange ni bere. Ebenyahu. And also Dr. Mahomia never empty. Exchange na enyamu. Bibia enyamu na nyama ne nko yi a mo pe bu Ghana fo komu. Ye pa mo chawo. Ghana fo bre.
Mate.
Enasho lorry fare. Enasho petrol. Enasho nyama nam. Eniti masam ne ko awie se. Ghana fo mamu ntie ne MPP fo e kan ho no.
Okay.
Ne omo ye ni nyina ne se won se aho try den aba. Nti nwa ye ni hafo a omaba di musika wode mane mu maame no mu no ene mu papa no mu no for volunteer school fees omonkoto nduro ni ade eno so na fe mo get wo monkoto hweye Ghana fo nkoto hweye ye ko fa brass man ye ye ko to nwe medase ma wa fishi apa
Honorable Daniel Nikwate Titus Global.
Honorable Sembozo.
Sorry.
Look at the pot calling the kettle black. You're gonna how? And chair 5 years ago, we know the records of Jomama in this country. She's Israel. And demand this for metra a ponkoso. Asempa. Ekosiisen. And the catcher and say, they gave us mana. Obenini. Asema yeke, me de kan kase. This NDC woman nyama NDC they don't do their things kake. What nyamu yenu ya transe in your sensing ya strategize say let us go this way and frustrate Akufado's government. That is what they are doing in the name of your mama. That is exactly what they are doing. But many Kabila they are doing. So we must not sit down and allow the NDC to dictate the pace to us. You see, kase bia ba ekos wo kromo a time amede kasa no o se ho na ba adwa safo akọwo ni ba wa bruche na waja na to en wa ba Ghana o pentema go hwe ne ba. You heard him?
Oh, that's part of the irresponsible talk.
You heard him? Say hono wa adwa safo wo ne ba waja ne ba wa bruche dem bo tem akonese ne ba. O wo yiri o. He has a wife. He has sisters. So you have to go that level to disgrace your own colleague. And the worst of all, another female former member of parliament, Hannah Bisiu, she went further to curse Adwa Safo because I say Adwa impersonating him. She was sitting on national radio cursing her colleague. Such characters. But opening Honorable Speaker, Right Honorable Speaker Babin, of free medical leave by the statement now on my about recession now your wife's here, with your permission, let me quote in chapter 32 and 33, and I quote, honorable members, to conclude on these matters, let me reiterate my solemn pledge to the people of Ghana, which I canvassed in my first formal communication to this House. I will not superintend over a parliament to frustrate government business, but I will equally not preside over a weak House or be tagged as an errand boy of the executive arm of government. This House is fully focused and in discharging its mandate, and will do so without any fear or favor, affection or ill will in ensuring the ultimate best interests of the Ghanaian people are served. 33. Let us continue to strengthen our channels of communication, foster dialogue, encourage broader stakeholder consultation, and allow the processes we have adopted for our burgeoning democracy to thrive, quote and unquote. This is what the beautiful speaker said. So what has changed? Philip, what has changed? What has changed? Did he mean his words? Did he mean that what he said? And this for me speaks volumes. I learned so much when I was in the chamber for 8 years. So if you are the presiding, the speaker of the House, and you have given this concluding remarks as to how you want Parliament to thrive, X did not call you any of the problems when you buy. Speak up. Now the whole world is looking at Ghana. Obia Eshe Ghana. Namswan minority phone age tintin trinity no muyeno. And why? And why you quack. But it's not in our interest. So I pray. Say, Christmas Eve, holiday. They will reflect on some of the actions that they are doing. They are doing all these things because of John Mama, the former president. I'm telling you. Yes. You understand? Because these actions of the minority is not Ghanaian. And who told you that the Omu on behalf of their constituents? It's a total lie. It's a total lie.
You were not there when they were engaging their constituents. Were you?
You understand? It's a total lie.
I'm from. And I said
it's a total lie. Did my MP come and consult me? Did my MP come and consult me? They have decided their strategy to frustrate those government, but that is not going to fly. Nanado's government will continue.
Okay.
Man did not Ghana for their share in Seven. You continue to serve this country. Look, the problems of this country from 2017 up to 2021. Going to 2022 is going to be worse than that. But you need resources to solve all these problems. You don't sit down. Who said you don't use taxes to develop your country? When they can't say who told you that? What about 15, 17 different taxes? 15, 17 different taxes. And I think that the NPP government must be commended. Say tax here buy manku 15 ye free ho. Say sikani nyina tax here tuano. It went to people's pockets. So please, they should even go there. We need revenue to develop this country, and it's very important that this yield levy will come because of the please hold on. When you're talking, I was quiet.
Very well.
Because only the benefit that yield levy be bentino musuru no. Omo bobo asomo ye dia mo ye wo. Sakpalogo ni plejo.
Asempa FM.
Anybody way won't fight you, may they come there.